You are watching Leicester Till I Die TV.
Watch us on YouTube.
Listen on your favourite podcast platform.
Or ask your smart speaker
To play the podcast Leicester Till I Die.
Hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good day, goodbye. How are you doing? Welcome along wherever you are in the world. This is LTID TV from Leicester Till I Die. Thank you very much for joining us. If you are watching via YouTube, join in the chat. Keep it respectful and let's have a fingers crossed sort of evening. If you're listening to us via YouTube podcast, not sure how that works, but welcome along. Thank you for lending me your ears. Well, we did one treble over Birmingham. We couldn't manage two trebles over Millwall. Plymouth, they're fighting for their lives, a bit like Millwall. Nervous, as the advert used to say, tense, nervous, headache. Yes, I think we are. Matthew is in. Hello, Matthew. How do you need a big response? We certainly do. And John is in as well. Right. Okay. Look, the beauty's yet to arrive. She has travelled down. Hopefully she got there in one piece. But we have got the beast, and he'll be straight in after this. Dave, good evening,
Hello.
sir.
Hi,
How
you all right?
are you?
I didn't realise Kate had gone.
Yes, she is on her way down as we
Good for
speak.
her.
Yes. Yes.
You've got to feel for these fans, haven't you? Millwall on Tuesday, Plymouth tonight. It's ridiculous.
Well,
Really is.
news today, of course, that the EFL have signed a contract with Sky. So the iFollow that we watch via various different ways will not be available next season. So something else that the football leagues and the Premier Leagues are messing about and making it worse for the fans.
Yeah.
They're just trying to make it difficult for us to have to 4 times more games. Apparently, they're going to show and probably charge 4 times as much.
Mind you, to be fair, it's probably the most exciting league in the world, isn't it?
It is, but come on. I mean,
I know.
how often do they want to rip fans off?
Well, as much as they can, to be honest.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Did you see the announcement EFL as well today? That
Well, I was just going to
thank you,
come on to that.
Right, yeah.
And I'm just going to, I don't know if Brad's in yet. He's in, but I can't see if he's on camera yet. So we'll just wait for him to get on
See you
camera
later.
and then we'll bring him in. But I just want to say, read this out before we go on to tonight's game. Leicester City have released the following statement. LCFC notes the publication of the decision of the League Arbitration Panel. As the LFP decision records, the EFL wrote to the Premier League on the 20th of March 2024, the day before the Premier League brought the PSR complaint against LCFC, stating that the EFL would ensure that any sanction imposed by Premier League Disciplinary Commission against LCFC would take effect while LCFC was in the Championship, while also noting that any points deduction sought by the Premier League would need to be applied before the 4th of May 2024. However, after the club challenged the EFL's intention to act outside of its rules, the EFL subsequently unconditionally accepted that it does not, in fact, have any power from any source to impose a points deduction in the EFL which has been ordered by a Premier League disciplinary commission in relationship to PSR. Nearly finished. LCFC continues to try and cooperate constructively with both the Premier League and the EFL to reach a lawful resolution of any issues, and will basically work, with the bodies to get answers. Basically, EFL and Premier League trying to break their own rules.
I don't get why it went this far. I mean, it's pretty clear that there's two separate entities, aren't they? So you can't enforce a rule in a totally different situation like that. It's crazy. Why don't they know this? They're not very bright, Chris, are they? Really, to be honest. Well,
you've got to ask, haven't you?
Yeah. I mean, what is wrong with them? I see I don't know. They just keep making gaff after gaff, and it's crazy. I mean, everyone's fed up with VAR. Everyone's fed up with the way these organisations are behaving. But what can you do? Because all they do, the managers get fined, players will get fined if they do anything, and clubs will be fined. So what do you do about it? It's our game, and they've taken it away.
They definitely have. They definitely had. It doesn't look like Brad's ready yet, so we'll carry on without him. He
bollocked me the other week for being late.
He's always late for this game.
I know.
He says he needs to see the team, but the team is posted to the LTI Twitter, which he comments on. And the
that was about half an hour ago, wasn't it?
I know, yeah, and the thing, and he said, "I need time to look at it." Well, you've got it. We love you, Brad. We love you. He's just trying to sort his camera out.
Missing you.
You are a little bit crackly, as he says, Dave. You are.
Yeah, Brad said that on Friday, but I don't know what. I'm on my iPad, which is a nuisance, but
it might be that then. Just twiddle.
Is that better?
Just say something.
Is that better?
It is better. Yes, you are not crackling now. I could make some joke about pork, but I won't.
Yeah.
I'm just having a look what they're saying here. Yeah, Leicester to avoid points penalty this season. So yeah, we all, which I kind of think we kind of knew anyway, didn't we? Bopper, we're not squeaking. You're actually in third. Have you checked the table, Bopper? You're not even in the top two. You're not even in automatic promotion places. And you were top for one game. So nip off, wank over your sister, and then come back and talk to us when you're top of the league. Basically, somebody moved that stone and they've all crawled out from underneath it. Right.
If they've crawled out now, then fair play to them because they're not actually doing anything, are they?
No. So, right. Yeah. Have you seen the team?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. Look, let's start with the elephant in the room, and I'm not talking about yourself.
I just play Cannon.
Cannon
or Vardy even. You can't save Vardy now. We've got 5 games. We've got to play him. If he's our top striker, we got to play him. Forget this resting bit. You can have a rest tomorrow.
Well, I mean, my only thing is with that, and I agree 100%. You put your best team out, which is what I was on Luke's channel earlier, and
sorry,
I picked a team. I kind of disagreed with his team a little bit, but it has only been 3 days since we last played.
True.
Even a Leeds fan's having a go at the Leeds fan. Mark, welcome along, sir. You are welcome. You are a very nice Leeds fan, so it's nice to have you along. You are a sensible one. Show some respect to the Leeds fan. Grow up. There you go.
It's gonna be
what? I mean, do you not? I mean, it's been 3 days. Tournament football at least is 4 days.
Yeah. But even so, these guys are fit. They don't have to train. To be fair, he should have given them 2 days off. And said, okay, come back on Thursday or whatever when we go. I assume they left last night to get down there. So, you know, they soon recover. I mean, you know, on crap old pitches with heavy footballs and big boots, they used to play 60-odd games a season. In my day.
Yeah, when we were lads, and there were pitches there. Let's be honest with you. Put a couple of the, and I'm not being sexist here, but if you put a couple of the old Foxes, whatever they were called, cheerleaders on, you could have a mud wrestling match on some of those pitches.
Well, they sunk, didn't they? Hi, Brad.
Here he is. He's alive. He's with us.
I'm always alive. I'm just late and alive. It's always the case.
You told Dave off for being late, apparently, the other day.
I never did no such thing. It's all blasphemy and lies, Dave. How dare you?
Look, we were just talking then, Dave and me. Daka is up front.
I hope he scores a fucking hat-trick tonight.
Well,
I hope he pisses on everybody's parade who's been giving him doubts and saying this about him. So. Look, whether I think he's going to be, do I think he's going to be good enough for to go up? Probably not. But at least I'm going to back him tonight. And I kind of want people to be going under their rock a bit that have been coming out every week. You know, Daka could miss from 50 yards out, and we'd get told that Gary Lineker would strike up his boots and have put that away. You know, it's just ridiculous. I do hope he does tonight. But I watched the press conference and and the training ground videos. It was a bit surprising to see any training ground videos after what he said in the press conference. And I kind of loved and hated this press conference because he did that sort of managerial thing where he took all the blame off the players and everything, and then moaned about the schedule of the fixtures being Tuesday, Friday. I don't know if you saw or heard it, so I'm a little bit surprised with him.
I know. I'm just saying to Dave.
No. Yeah,
had you been in, you would have heard him.
Make a point. Yeah, it's always a point. I'm not saying he wasn't making a point, but you know what we do? We always like to have a jib and a jibe at like Jurgen Klopp and Eric Ten Hag when it's going wrong for them, and they use excuses. So people might read too much into it. But he was making really good points, and I was actually liking the fact that he was backing his players. My only concern is if he was so issued with, and this was things he clearly stated, it was 2 a.m. when they got back from Millwall, and then they got to travel last night down to Plymouth so they could do some training down at Plymouth. He said that the 2 days probably used for like video replay analysis and recovery. Yet they did some form of light training session, and the only change I am seeing from the team that lost to Millwall is Fatwu comes back in the end of that gun.
Yeah. Let me ask
you Justin, sorry.
Let me ask you a quick question before I move on to Dave. What number is Iheanacho?
14.
It is 14, yes. Now, they were just showing the highlights from that Millwall game, and there was a cross came in. I think it was Fatwu who put the cross in and then had a bit of a fit on the floor when the ball was missed. But it came in. Iheanacho had the whole goal to head at, and they headed it straight at their goalkeeper. I haven't heard many people complaining about Iheanacho.
No, because you know exactly what these people will do. They'll go, oh, yeah, but at least it was on target. It was unlucky. Daka just missed it altogether. There's no winning. There's no winning, Chris. When you've got people who want to moan about a player and they get something to moan about, you're not going to win no matter what you point out. We could sit here and talk about how Vardy missed his two glorious and 2 very good chances against Brighton. But that's okay because Jamie Vardy's a legend. He deserves it. He's allowed to miss goals.
Yeah,
you know. But Enzo, again, in his press conference, rightly backing his players, saying they're human, they're allowed to miss, and that's why he wasn't bothered by them missing them chances. So I back
Gray makes a very good point here. There was no highlight. That's a very good point, Gray. Dave, Justin back in for Doyle. Yeah. I'm surprised because although I've not rated Doyle against Norwich and really against Millwall, he was at least. He can make some very good crosses in changing, the direction of the game.
I think I said after the Millwall game that the only one I'd be tempted to give man of the match to was Doyle. I thought he did okay. But yeah, I don't understand why. Whether there must be something in the Plymouth side they've seen that, makes it so Justin can tank up that left side. Assuming he's playing on the left side, of course. I mean, it's down there as that, but who knows?
Yeah.
I'm surprised Daka's in. I must say, I'd have probably given a start to Cannon.
Well, he's on the bench, and I was very surprised when he said, and we were just talking about this, while Brad was doing his makeup. And I did say, did I not, Dave? I would have started with Cannon, and I know that Enzo has said, well, he's one for the future. I need experience now. Well, the 3 strikers he's had, and I include Vardy in this, haven't been able to find the net. So why not put the young lad in and see what he can do?
Yeah, but you say that. I mean, Vardy is probably in the top 3 strikers time per goals or something like that. Times on the pitch per goal in the Championship. So he's done all right. I think we're just holding that Bristol City game against him a little bit.
No, but he still, he's got all right. His last goal he scored was a tap in, but you could argue Daka would have missed it. But do you not give? The goals that most of the goals we've been scoring haven't been coming from our strikers. It's either Kieran Dewsbury Hall or the wingers. So, Brad, do you not give Cannon the chance to fire a few shots? No pun intended.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised when Enzo was questioned about returning players. I know it's let me double check there. Yeah, I noticed that there's none of the youngsters on. McAteer on the bench, but he said he was available, which could be an option to come on. I think we have missed McAteer in his depth to be playing for us. But when it came down to Tom Cannon, he said, it's just the journalists obviously assumed that Cannon was an injury, like we all have, and I know he had a bit of an injury, but he made it sound like, he said something like, just like Pat and Cal early in the season, he's a good player. Somewhere else he might have played more, but I need to use all my strikers, so he's going to miss out. He's going to get his chance. Look, maybe off the bench, because he does offer something more diverse than Daka and Vardy, and his finishing's been clinical. If you remember his goals that he has scored for us this season, so who knows? Maybe
when he got a run in the team, he was doing well as Daka did when he got a run in the team.
Well, yeah, and that was probably the best period we had for strikers, weren't it? Because Vardy came back, had a bit of a purple patch. Kells came into the team, had a bit of a purple patch. Daka came into the team, had a bit of a purple patch, and then Cannon finally got his go and had a bit of a purple patch. If we could use purple patches to come in right now, and I wonder how many times I said the word purple patch there. This is the time to do it with 5 games to go. What colour is it? It's a purple patch.
Can I just say, Brad, if you keep saying purple, I've got the sin bin there, indigo.
There we go. I knew someone would get there with jokes.
Hey, come on.
Yeah, we'll see.
I agree with Matthew there. Give Daka 60, then let Cannon have a go. Look, at the end of the day, if Daka gets a couple and we win 4-0 again, we'll all be saying, Enzo's got it right. If we lose, we'll say Enzo's got it wrong. There's no winning either way.
That'll be true, won't it? I mean, you can't argue the facts. He was getting it right at the start of the season and through because we were winning. But now we're not winning. He's getting it wrong because he's done nothing different. We're playing
That's just every manager, Dave. That's just every manager.
Well,
it is a godforsaken job. He's the one that makes the decision. He's the one that's hired and fired, and we're the ones that sit here and go, we know better because we play FIFA. You know what I mean? When he gets it wrong, he's rubbish. And look, we're all it's social media and YouTube. I've been here, Dave, and I've watched games where we've won, looking for things to complain about.
Right. I mean, I'm just saying that if you're not winning, you've got to change something, and he's not. That's all I'm saying. I mean,
you make a very, very valid point there.
I mean, I don't know what you change.
This is it, isn't it?
But the thing is, though, Dave, it's very difficult to want to change something that has such great success. I mean, yes. If you want to look at our last 7 games, it's 3 losses, 2 wins and a draw, something like that. Probably another win thrown in there. But before that, Dave, 34, 36 games was the majority of them were wins and it was working. Like you said, it's amazing how opinion can quickly change, or how much patience you suddenly have when it goes from going so right to so wrong. The problem is, as a manager, if after say 4 bad results, you going to suddenly go, all right, that's no longer working. We're going to go 4-3-1-2. We're going to be. The players going to go, well, you've lost faith in your own system that you told us to have faith in. So why should we believe now this is going to work? That needs to be something that you ideally integrate from the start of the season. So I suppose the one thing you could bemoan at him for, the one thing you could maybe bemoan at him for, and this comes with naivety and inexperienced manager, is he was so committed to plan A that he's only just started to try and implement plan B, but he doesn't want to overpower his plan A option, because that's what they all brought into, if you know what I mean. So I think maybe next season we might see something work, because he has tried to mix it up. He has gone to up front at times when we've been chasing. He did it Tuesday night against Millwall. So, that's just something that I get where you're coming from. But when it's got such a good success rate for the majority of the season, I can see why he doesn't want to seem like he's panicking.
This is a very good point here made by Mark, the Leeds fan. At Leeds, we are cursing Bamford. No goals in 5. We want Joseph to start, but we all know Farke will stand by Bamford and he will score. What do we know as fans? Exactly. This is it, isn't it? We know everything, fans. You know what I mean? We could all do that job very easily.
All I'm saying is that we're not playing out as quick as we were playing out. That's why we're not winning. We're playing slow football now. We were not doing that before. We were holding it up and letting them come forward, and then playing the quick through ball in the middle and playing it sideways, and then off we go. We're not doing that. Well, we haven't done it we didn't do it against Bristol. Well, a little bit, but certainly not Millwall, and not much against Birmingham. So that's what I'm asking, really. Go back to
it's a fair point. It's a fair point. Yeah. There's the table. It's still, after all, we sat here moaning, but look, we're still top. It's still in our own hands. We all know we should have had it tied up by now, but football's like that. We've thrown a 17-point lead away. It reminds me of Newcastle when Kevin Keegan would have loved it. But look, Leicester have got Plymouth Argyle, who are in 20th. Leeds, who are in 3rd, are going to be playing tomorrow in the early kickoff. Blackburn Rovers, who are in 18th. So it's pretty similar. Southampton, who are in 4th, are playing Watford in 14th. And Ipswich probably got the hardest game. 2nd against Middlesbrough 9th, Brad. I've got actually Leicester City at home there, but of course we're not. We are away. I'll pretend that I put them all so that the top 4 are on the top. Then you don't notice, so don't comment. But I can't say any of those are particularly easy games, because I know everybody says, you're playing a team at the bottom. Plymouth are fighting for their life at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, and so still are to a degree, Millwall when we played them.
Yes, they were. They actually dropped into the bottom 3 at one stage while we were playing them.
Yeah, they did. And, nobody's got an easy game there. Blackburn will want to end the season on a high. And if they can cause an upset and piddle off someone's promotion parade whilst doing it, we all know that. We all know what Watford are capable of. Ask Leeds. They know. Middlesbrough done double over us. I think they've also grabbed points off Ipswich and Leeds and Southampton in their games gone by beforehand. So it's not an easy game. And yes, the other 3 are at home, but it's just that mentality again, isn't it? Let's just need to get the mentality, the upper hand to win tonight. I don't care if it's 1-0, 5-0, 4-3. I'll even take a mini heart attack if I have to, as long as we win the game, Chris, because then, the pressure's suddenly on Leeds, isn't it? It's not an early chance for Leeds to go top of the league if we win. It's, oh God, we need to win now because...
Yeah, well, I can't see Leeds losing to Blackburn, but I could see Ipswich losing to Borough.
Yeah. Well, we've all struggled, haven't we, Dave? Down East beat Norwich, piece of piss. Was absolutely easy in comparison to other games. But when we played the teams down below, we've struggled. And subsequently, in the last few weeks, so with Ipswich and Leeds. And what did I say to you, Chris, a couple of shows ago? After Carl had predicted all the Leeds results, since that prediction, he's thankfully cursed them. Thank you, Carl. You're blessed. Our podcast forgive your sins are forgiven. I think they've won one, lost one, drawn one, Maybe
then-
1-2. I don't know.
then
But they've
drawn
not done well, have they?
Since they did that, they've drawn 2, won 1, and lost 1. I'm
Yeah,
going to say
so they're
hi
not
to
doing-
Russ there. Russ, was it yourself that made the comment on the YouTube channel? I did actually reply to that. If it was yourself, we were sketchy against Birmingham. I think if we take away, Dave, the games apart from possibly Southampton away, nearly said Portsmouth, then Southampton away and Stoke, all the wins that we were getting, they weren't convincing. You know,
No.
we were 1-0 and holding on, or we were 2-0 up and letting a goal in the last few minutes.
Yeah, we did lose a lot of late goals to it stupidly. But I think the whole point of this plan is that we tire the opposition out and then go for them. But it's all well and good. But if they nick a goal like Millwall did, we don't know what to do. We panicked. You know, it just, I don't know. I think we need to score early, twice.
Yeah.
And hope that Plymouth's heads drop a little bit, because I fear for tonight. I really do. And then
I don't. I actually was more worried about Millwall than I am about tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, like I say, the thing with that is, like I say, there's no easy games. This though does worry me, if I'm honest with you. Brad, Plymouth's home form, they're 24th out of 24th, so that should give us some hope. But our away form at the moment, this is based on the last 5, is 21st. So it could be a boring 0-0, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could be. I hope it's not. And I do. I can't believe I'm saying this. I work with you both way too much, but I'm agreeing with Dave. Tonight we need an early goal because I think there was. I know. Despite the fact that after the Millwall game, we were saying we didn't really create a chance until the last couple of minutes plus stoppage time. We all agreed, didn't we, that had Mavididi had better control and took that chance away, and in the first half we could have had a different game. And I think that proved vital against Bristol and Millwall in the outcome of that game. I will be more disappointed and annoyed to lose this game than I would be Millwall, because it's just Millwall just gives you the heebie-jeebies, and you just don't like playing them because you know they're going to be dirty, scraggy, rough, scruffy. So
that's what they were, wasn't it? Put us off.
Yeah, they were, and it's worked against many a team psychologically enough to keep them in and around the championship and on the odd season have them up there, pushing for the playoffs. For me, this is a game where we have to just be winning it. We just have to be winning it because, first of all,
I mean, we do like to say things as football fans, but we should be saying about every game, shouldn't we? You know, but at this one here, Dave, 4-0 earlier on in the season. Plymouth, I had them to go straight back down, as they kept reminding me. But that said, they are now in the battle. But they did have a good start. I mean, they put 6 past Norwich in the first half of the season. 4-0 against these lot back in December. Oh, look, Daka scored.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do. I just think, I thought Plymouth would stay up based on their home form, because it's not easy going down there. The crowd are pretty impressive. And I thought they'd pick up more points than they have done at home. In fact, I think they must have had a slump late on, because they were picking up a few points early on in the season at home, but they seem to have gone wrong. Well, they got rid of the manager, which doesn't help, does it?
No, they're back on their caretaker managers now till the end of the season.
Yeah.
But look, I know you were able to do the prediction league, and I want to say thank you very much to Craig, who came on last night, and I did have to but I nearly got a bingo card, Brad. We got where do we go? We got Harry Redknapp mentioned 3 times, Bournemouth, Daka twice, but he didn't mention Reading, as much as I tried to get him.
He ruined it.
But we did actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 name drops. So
name drops keep falling from his mouth. They keep falling.
Let me come to you first, Dave, because like I say, but no, thank you to Craig for coming in and helping me out with that. Dave, your predictions, please.
Well, I put 2-1 to Plymouth.
Did you?
Yeah, I know. Bad, isn't it?
Never liked Dave anyway.
No, I don't like myself for doing it.
I've never liked him. I keep him happy because he's my boss on the radio. But to be quite honest with you, I can't stand him. I really can't.
Hate myself at the moment, but there you go.
Well, you'll feel at home with the rest of us. Love you, Dave. You know it. Luke, I was on Luke's channel earlier, and he's actually gone 0-0. I thought he dropped a 4 somewhere, but Brad, don't tell me you've gone for a Plymouth or a draw.
Don't be so daft. I might have forgiven them for no longer being sponsored by Gangsters, but I am never going to go against my lot to even if I think in my deepest down thoughts that we're going to lose, I always back us to get something from a game. And you know what? The last time in recent time that we all sat here a bit nervous about a game, and some of us are going, "Oh, my heart says this, but I'm going to go with my head says that, but I'm going to go with my heart." Was Norwich, Chris? We all had 2 different predictions, didn't we? We were saying, "Oh, Norwich might win this 2-1, but I'm going to go 2-1 Leicester." We were all cautious either side of it. And we ended up playing Norwich off the park and beating them quite comfortably in the end. And rightly so, the scoreline reflected it. So I'm not like Dave. I'm not a wimp. I'm not scared of getting my hopes dashed by Leicester.
Because you're not old enough to remember.
Yeah, mate, I've been through more than enough painful managers and relegations to have compensated for it. Trust me. I'm going to go.
Do we have a score prediction in here at all?
No, I'm doing a Dave. I'm not going to actually.
All right, moving on. Moving on.
No, 3-0 Leicester. I reckon they'll do the
3-0
same.
Leicester. Brilliant.
Oh,
Okay,
I
I have
right.
gone. God, can you imagine Brad and Craig in the same room?
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Well, we'd go out for a meal, wouldn't we, Chris?
Love you both, guys.
Leave 'em alone,
I've gone 3-1 to Leicester. So I'm backing the lads like you, Brad. Fearless foxes. It did make me laugh. You did say you saw the program earlier on Luke's channel, Dave. Luke was having a moan about, he can't believe it. Leicester are putting him through the ringer, and you don't know if he can stand it. And I'm like, we've been doing this, haven't we, Dave, for like 50 years? Where have you been?
Yeah. I remember that 0-0 draw against Blackpool at home, Easter. When of 19s, don't even go there. Shouldn't have even been played. Well, there you go.
I know. And in fairness, I watched Plymouth play Leeds in the FA Cup on the TV. And Plymouth put a good fight up. And they got a goal back towards the end. It was a horrible night, rain on the south coast. But once it got into extra time, you could see Plymouth were struggling. Yeah. And Leeds took advantage. And you could see the difference between... And as the Plymouth... This was the Plymouth fans saying, they are probably a good League One side that's still trying to adapt to the Championship, which is their first season up here. Leeds have come down, and fair play, Leeds just wore them out. They literally wore them out. Dave, that's what we need to do tonight, isn't it?
Well, that's the plan, isn't it? That's what our plan is: wear them out and then strike. The longer it goes 0-0, the more fearful you get, because they've got players who can hit a ball from 30 yards as well. So,
we can't. And thank you. Anyway, I agree. Matthew, you're a gentleman, sir. Thank you very much for that. Really do appreciate it. Brad, we can't keep losing to wonder goals, can we?
No, we can't. So we could close them down a bit more aggression. It kind of does remind me of that nervy Brendan Rodgers-esque defending where the players have got their hands like that. They don't know whether to shuffle backwards or shuffle forward. Some of them don't know whether to go a break. So we've got to stop conceding it. Or put ourselves in a position of power by conceding one. We can actually appreciate it a bit more as an opposition fan and not going, for sake, here goes another game like we have against Bristol and Millwall. We've got to do something a little bit different. But I will warn you guys now, and not just you two, but I'll warn anybody in the chat. Leicester's way to try and wear down a side, Chris, is to pass them to death. When we've talked about it in good and bad, when it's worked and when it's not worked, it's always been the same thing. They pass teams to death. And yes, more times than not, when it goes right, we do it very quickly going forward. But tonight, we might just need to get in quickly and get in front, get our noses ahead to drag them out, because when teams concede against us, that's when they open up. you know, for some reason, I don't know why, because it genuinely nearly cost them. Millwall started getting a bit cocky and a bit about themselves with the last 10 minutes going. It did nearly, you know, it was the only time we really got in to open them up and pass the ball around quicker. So we've got to stop Plymouth getting to a point where their manager goes, right, park the bus, lads, and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Because that's what teams are starting to really do against us, and nicking a point or three.
Well, I've just got to say, if we do lose tonight, I am going to be all right tomorrow because my bottle of Leicester City Jameson whiskey is arriving tomorrow. So looking forward to that. That will drown my sorrows.
If we lose, I'm on my way to come share it with you, mate.
We've got a bottle. Get down here. Dave, get in your car. No, it's going to go next to my my Captain Morgan rum up on the top there. So I think they've only done 5 clubs where they've done the retro shirts on the front. I actually went onto a site to try and find where to buy it. You can get it for 20 quid off Amazon, or you can go to this specialist shop and it costs 40 quid. Oh, that's a hell of a markup, isn't it? You know, but no, I'm looking forward to that coming tomorrow. Yeah, you got your. Yeah, look, I've got my cider. I've given up on Thatcher's. I'm on to Strongbow because that's all they had in the shop when I went in, and I was running out of Thatcher's. So Strongbow.
He's definitely not fickle, is Chris. He always stays.
No. I'm a football fan. You look up football fan in the dictionary, it says fickle. Strongbow. Boom. If you're watching and you want to sponsor this show, you hit the target more often than Pats and Daka does. Get yourself on there and sponsor the Strongbow.
The Strongbow arrows can help fire Leicester to promotion.
There you go. There you go.
Dave's turn. Come on, let's keep the effort going.
It's been a shit, though. I just don't better.
I mean, look, Dave, whatever we seem to do, I mean, you wouldn't have thought the top 3 teams would not have scored the other night.
No.
But we got away with one, didn't we?
Oh, totally. And they must be kicking themselves as much as we were, because all 3 teams had the chance to put some air between them, or lights, or whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, and we all blew it, really. Now we've got to learn from that and not do it again.
Exactly.
You can't afford to mess up again because you get 1 chance, maybe 2, but you don't get more than that.
No. Craig says, can I come for the whiskey drinking sesh? The answer is on the screen now.
You only have time for one by the time he finishes telling you about IRS now.
I know we're doing a show together from down the pub, 2 fans down the pub, and I'm going to go hi, and that's probably the last word I'll get in for the whole hour. But look, guys, the players are about to come out on the pitch. Okay. Fingers crossed. Come on, you foxes, we can do this, can't we?
See you later.
It just puts that pressure on them. See you later, mate. Take care.
See you later, Dave.
See you at half time, hopefully. Brad, I'll see you at half time as well. I don't know where Kate is. I know. Have a word with your dad.
She probably lost signals, or she's got pissed on the Rattler down in the south. I don't know if it goes up. I don't know if it goes past Plymouth. Rattlers.
You know Plymouth. I don't. You know. But anyway, they're in yellow. I'll speak to you later, mate. Thanks very much. Good luck. Take care.
Cheers.
Okay, so we are on to the watch along. Just got to say, I'm going to put a clock up in a minute when they kick off. But look at that. That's what I'm going to be telling you to do. No spoilers on the live watch along. Gray is in, and thank you very much, Gray. He will literally, he has my permission. If you put any spoilers in, even if you want to tell me that a player's farted before it's announced on the screen and I do it and I announce it, you will be kicked. And it's a 24-hour kick, or if I see it and I go onto it and you want to hope that I don't see it because I kick forever. So basically what happens is you come back into the chat and you think you're posting, you're not, nobody sees it, but you just carry on. So that's what's going to happen if you are naughty. So do not, under any circumstances, give any spoilers away. The players are coming out onto the pitch now, and we will be back to do the watch along straight after this.
This is the Leicester Till I Die Watch-Along show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe.
Indeed. There we go. Also, if you're talking to me, the chance during the actual passage of play, the chances are I will ignore you because I'm trying to concentrate on the match. Occasionally, I'll pop in if it's going quiet, but Gray will answer all your questions. Can't wait for my whiskey to come. I'm not going to drink it. I'm not a whiskey fan. I'm a gin man, but yeah, exactly, Gray. Let's give Plymouth a proper battering. Yes, let's. So the teams are coming up. They've gone for 3-4-2-1. Plymouth, Cooper in goal, somebody in defence, Sartre and Galloway. I'm going to attempt to pronounce it. Miller, Randall, Forshaw, Mumba across the middle. Samantha Mumba. Whoa. Whitaker and Bindu behind, Hardy up front. Whitaker is one that we have to match. London Gin. Boohoo says, "Come on, Leicester." You can see the lineup there for Leicester going across the bottom. Manager, they've got it's Neil Dewsnip, but it is their director of football actually who's running it, and their first team coach, whose name I have lost. I wrote it down the other day when I was doing the preview, but I've completely lost it now, so I've absolutely no idea or what it is. But we're coming from Home Park. Nope. And we are playing in yellow. Here comes the Leicester City lineup. It's normal 4-1-4-1, which will obviously change if we're striking. So Hermansen in goal, Pierre in that right back midfield role, Vestergaard on the right. They've got here Faze in the middle, Justin on the left. Winks obviously in that holding midfield role. Fatawu, Ndidi, Dewsbury and Mavadidi across the middle with Daka up front. That is how it's looking. I'm surprised if Vestergaard's on the right. Well, we will see. Hiya Wolves, how you doing? Ben, hello. Ben's gone for 4-0. Bombay Gin. It's like cider. Let's be honest. We'll drink anything if the mood and the price is right, won't we? Come on down. The price is right. Leicester City in a huddle. Yellow tops, white shorts, yellow socks. Ricardo wearing the captain's armband. 74 in. How many likes have we got? Come on. Nate's gone 2-0. Hello, Nate. Leicester kicking from left to right in this first half at Home Park. Plymouth are in their all green strip with obviously they've got yellow trim on there as well. So Leicester City issuing a statement today. And we kick off. Whoops, a daisy. There we go. So it's Leicester now with the first attack. It's a little bit too hard for Mavadidi down the left. So it says here, Championship leaders Leicester City facing relegation threatened Plymouth Argyle. Oh, I was a look. Come on. Can't know he's played it out. Oh, it should have gone out then. Daka didn't quite get onto the end of it. It should have gone out, but it came off the Plymouth player and went very, very nicely for Daka. Thank you very much. Alex. That's worrying. I've had a stalker before, but thankfully the camera only comes down that far, so you can't see it. Boom, boom. Thank you. I'm here all night. So it's headed away by Vestergaard. Up front. Plymouth have it back, though. It's an up and under from Plymouth. Faze. We've still yet winked. Good play there. Oh, Dewsbury Hall was pushed, but he's still got the ball. He's still running at the defence play. Oh, tries to play it across to Ndidi, but he didn't quite get it. Let me just get my earpieces in. Here we go. Don't start, Wolves. Don't start. Ricardo tried to get it out to Fatawu, but it went to a Wolves, I was going to say then. Yeah, let's get to 50 likes, as Gray said there. We tried to get to 50 likes by half-time on the live watch-along. It's Leicester's first trip here to Home Park for 14 years. Oh, wow. I'm guessing that was maybe when we were in League Two. So, I'm just going to put my fan on. Sorry, it's getting rather warm in here. Or is that just me? I'm going through the change. No, it's with the Plymouth keeper at the moment. Plymouth seem to have got a break on at the moment. Goes back. Oh, it's far. Lovely ball through for Plymouth. Onto the right. Whittaker. He's going to cause us problems, I feel, but that wasn't a very good ball. And Leicester deal with it quite easily. Mavadidi, bit of fancy footwork, but he's closed down by two. There's balloons on the pitch. Green, of course. Of course they are. So Leicester, in the first 3 minutes, not surprisingly, have got 91% possession. It's going to be nice to have the weekend off, isn't it? I was considering doing a Leeds watch along tomorrow, just for the laugh, and just to put myself through hell if we lose and they win. Was it the Leeds Ipswich watch along I did, and Leeds absolutely battered Ipswich? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Kate, hello. Been a while. How the devil are you? Fazy's just going to watch this out. He does, and it goes out for a goal kick. Gray. Not wrong, mate. I don't think. Not wrong. Yeah, you might say that, Wolves, but we've only played them like once since then or something. So, anyway, Wolves soaked up the early Leicester pressure on the ball at the moment in the centre circle on the halfway line. Plays it out to the left here. I say Plymouth all in green. Oh, Fatawu got the ball there, but he steps on it, passes it back to Ndidi, who's pushed over and gets the free kick. So just through ball to Dewsbury Hall. That's a good little ball. Daka out to Fatawu. Plays it in, but it's punched out by the Plymouth goalkeeper. That was a good move. A good pass from Daka. Found Fatawu in the area on this near side. Made himself available. I don't know whether it was a cross or a shot. I think it was a cross that went wrong. But the shot, it could have been a shot, I guess, but it was easy for the goalkeeper. Pushed it out. It's now with the Plymouth defenders. Plymouth in all green, kicking from right to left as we speak. I'm not doing so bad, Kate. I'm not doing so bad. Well, what we put ourselves through, John, as football fans, eh? So here we go. Is that a throw into Plymouth just inside the manager's dugout? Enzo pointing at something. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Oh, it's Daka's header coming back down. Grand National tomorrow. I haven't even followed it this year. I used to follow that. I'm not a horse racing fan. Goes all the way through to Mads in his cerise and purple get-up. Underarm, he throws it out. Winks plays Fatawu into a bit of trouble there, but it falls nicely for Dewsbury Hall, but he can't control it. They get it though. They've still got it, Leicester. Winks plays it through. Can he get? No, he can't get it in front of the Plymouth defender. Back to the goalkeeper who boots it all the way upfield, only as far as Faz, and Leicester can come again. And that's the problem with the long ball up. If you don't get it, the opposition just come back straight back at you. Really great. That's the only thing with the National. I mean, it's the one thing more even than the derby that everybody just has a punt on, but it's not fair for the whole. Dewsbury Hall coming through. Daka! No. Oh, it was a Daka shot, but he was offside. He scored the goal. Was he offside? Yes, just literally a body width offside. But, I mean, in fairness, Daka took it well. Don't forget, by the way, guys, artoffootball.com. Follow them on Twitter and on Facebook. They have just produced a new set of, I can't wear it because that'd be too hot, a new set of T-shirts and leisure wear sweatshirts, hoodies, with Easy Life, the Leicester City band, or the band from Leicester, I should say. My son is a big fan of. He's got a signed Leicester shirt. We've signed all the back of the Leicester shirt for him. Oh, Winks, lovely turn. He went past two players and he's on a great run here. He's looking for help. He gets it from Mavididi, plays it back. Ricardo! Oh! Ricardo's shot went down. He got back up again. Fatawu with the ball. Across. And still haven't got it away. Oh, come on, Leicester. Whoa. What a good passage of play from Leicester there. Ricardo got straight back up. I mean, it was a... He'd gone down. But he got himself back up. It was a lovely through ball, a shot which the goalkeeper saved but couldn't keep hold of. Ricardo went down but did get straight back up again. Good early pressure from Leicester in the first 10 minutes. 2 chances to Leicester. Oh, good ball from Daka, but the Plymouth defender got there first. But Leicester get it back again. Gray, I am going to not look at the chat now. I'm going to concentrate on the game. So I'll leave you in charge of the chat. Any major Daka moaning, just get rid. So good defending from the number 14 for Plymouth there. Don't mind people criticising, but just don't go on and on and on. Yeah, the third manager for Plymouth. Well, the fourth, really, but these had done it before. So, Dewsbury Hall falls over, but he's still got the ball out. And it's with Winks. It was now with Mavididi. He's looking to try and get it on his right foot. He crosses it in all the way over to Fatawu on this side. Over and a run over by Ndidi. Ndidi gets it back. Ricardo chips it in. Oh, it just went over Daka's head and it falls into the path of the number 2 for Plymouth, who just nudges it back to his goalkeeper. At the moment, I've got to say, it is all Leicester, and I think the stats will actually back that up if we have a look at them. Yep, 62% possession for Leicester. And they come again with Ndidi. He's got Fatawu. He holds on to the ball. Ricardo. Winks. Dewsbury Hall back to Winks. I thought Winks was going to have a shot then, but he didn't. He played it to Dewsbury Hall, out to Mavididi. Justin. Now to Faze in the centre of the park. Keeping good possession at the moment, Leicester. Faz runs forward. Oh, that was a good ball. I think it... Faze, whatever we're going to call him, played it out, and unfortunately, I don't think... was it Ricardo? Quite controlled it as well. It was a difficult pass for him, not quite falling right for him to take control of. But he did get the ball back to Faz, but it ended up going out for a goal kick. The defender just watched it go out of play. And Whittaker probably gets one of his first touches. Now, Dewsbury Hall out to Mavididi. He can run at the defence. Dewsbury Hall, Mavididi. Oh, Mavididi has a shot there. Oh, just going wide. At the moment, I've got to say, just all Leicester. All Leicester at the moment. I think he's only had one touch of the ball, as a bit wider than I thought. But it was an effort. The goalkeeper had to dive for it. But I think Hermansson's only had the one touch. Of course, the problem is if we don't get a goal while we're on top, you know what happens with Leicester? Clearing the ball up again on the halfway line of Leicester. Get it back off Plymouth. We've kind of cut the chances out. But we come forward again. Oh, Mavididi. Oh, somehow it's got to... It got to Ndidi, but it wasn't a very good ball. Goes all the way through, and the goalkeeper comes out and picks it up for Plymouth. Throws it out to his defender on the far side. Who plays it back to the goalkeeper? No, he doesn't. Daka cuts that option out for him. So he's now looking for different option. Plays it out to another defender who now go back to the Plymouth goalkeeper. 14 minutes gone. Coming up to the first quarter of an hour. It's Plymouth 0, Leicester City 0. Friday night game. Early kickoff tomorrow is Leeds. Plymouth here. I mean, the Plymouth fan did say to me that he would be grateful and he would take a point. I know Plymouth tried to keep it in, but just inside their own half on this near side, it goes out for a Leicester throw in, and Ricardo will take it. Looking for options. Anybody going to give him an option to throw to? Oh, good run there. Oh, and then the poor ball from Fatu, who stops it going to Winks. He says, no, that's mine. And now it ends up with Winks. Ricardo, back to Winks. Fazzi's pointing to the far side, but it doesn't go that way. It goes back to Vestergaard, just inside Leicester's own half, who plays it forward, or he tries to play it forward to Fatawu, but the Plymouth player gets it, puts it out, and it's a throw-in to Plymouth, again on the near side. Every time I see the Plymouth manager, I keep thinking it's Craig Shakespeare. Anyway, Ricardo with the throw-in on this near side again. Captain Ricardo, number 21. Oh. Winks, not a good ball, and plays it straight out. 66% possession to Leicester with a quarter of an hour gone. 2 shots from us, one of those on target. If we get an early goal, I think you're just saying here that it could demoralise Leicester. Demoralise Plymouth. If history is anything to go by. But at the moment, Plymouth are coming down this left-hand side. They overlap play. Can he get the cross in Plymouth? No. Good defending there from Fatawu. I've got to say, Fatawu and Mavididi do their fair share of defending. And it's good to see. It's a throw-in. Thought it had gone for a corner, but it is a throw-in. Get myself comfy here. There we go. Oh, now it's gone on to the far side. Mavididi cutting the Plymouth player down, closing him down. Cutting him down, closing him down. Oh, giving the ball away to Leicester now, but then we give it away. Anything you can do, we can do just as well. Coming up to 17 minutes gone. Plymouth have made 5 changes from their last game, which of course was, I think, was it the Rotherham game? No, Queen's Park Rangers game was the last one, which they drew 1-1. Probably didn't do either of them a lot of good. Those are the games I think that Plymouth and QPR need to be winning. Now Leicester, that was good play from Winks. The Plymouth player wasn't really concentrating. Winks nipped in and stole it. Dewsbury Hall on the ball, turns. Mavididi. Daka. Out to Fatawu. Back to Ricardo. Winks. 20 yards outside of the box. Oh no, a through ball there that didn't come off from Dewsbury Hall. Up and over for Whittaker. Faz, yeah, Faz controls it easy. Gets it back to Hermanson. He passes it back to Faz. Faz, Boost, whatever. Don't forget, guys, if you are new, if you want to chat, you do have to subscribe. Don't subscribe and leave. Don't like going to church to get your kids into... Oh, hang on. Mavididi, it was a lovely ball over. He couldn't pick anybody out, but he has got a corner from it. Yeah, it's like going to the church to get your kids into a church school, and then once they're in, stop going to church. But subscriptions are much, much appreciated. Do smash the likes. I can't keep saying there's 101 in. How many likes have we got, Gray? 45. He's just said there. 5 to go to the 50 for half time. Then we'll give it a rest. So Dewsbury Hall. Mavididi turns well. Chips the ball into the box. Oh. James Justin on this right-hand side now. Fatu, lovely footwork. Crosses it in, but he was falling over when he tried to put the cross in, and it was too hard and went all the way out. That was Ben. That was about 5 minutes of from us to you to us and all that sort of thing. Faz. Ricardo. I think it was indeed he couldn't get the ball through to. Vestergaard went dangerous in there for Vestergaard. Got to say, fair play to him. He was very brave going in there, but I think he was fouled as it went in. Well, we'll take it. Let me just put it that way. We'll take it, and we've taken it quickly. And Mavididi going down that far side. He's turning the turn of space. Pace even. Dewsbury Hall tries to get a shot away, but it hits the Plymouth players. And now Plymouth have got a break on. Down this left-hand side, he's got all the space. Faz comes across to close him down. 1-0 Plymouth. Counter-attack for Plymouth. What the... I don't believe it. We're going to have to do it the hard way again. And of course, what we've done is given Plymouth hope. It was a lovely goal. In fairness, wasn't a worldie, but he got it through about 3 Leicester players and past Hermanson. 20 minutes. Unbelievable. Unbloody believable. Bundu there scored. So once again, Leicester having all the play, Leicester having all the effort. So exactly what happened against Millwall, away from home, going 1-0 down. We said that we were looking better than we were against Millwall. It was totally against the run of play. Yeah, they're saying it's a sucker punch, but it's happened all the time to us. We shouldn't be doing it. I just cannot believe what is happening. Hi, Paul. Free kick, pretty central, just outside the D. Dewsbury Hall and Justin are over it. Can we hit back straight away? Dewsbury Hall. Oh, straight into the wall. Dewsbury Hall, he just can't get it over that first man, whether it's a free kick, whether it's a corner. I just think he likes hitting the opposition players. But look, it's 24 minutes. Still early yet. But can we see Leicester getting back into this? Corner. Again, headed away. Can't get it past that first man. Matt, we weren't really smashing them though, were we? We were scrappy 1-0s or 2-0s and letting a goal in towards the end to hold on 2-1. It'll be a different team, Dino, in the Prem, though. Oh, I mean, Dewsbury, they're arguing amongst themselves now, the Leicester players. They're all starting to have a go at each other, which isn't a good sign. Oh. Goalkeeper comes and punches it out. Cooper, you know that what's going to happen now is that the man of the match is going to be their goalkeeper. So Fatawu now with this corner kick. Headed out for another corner. Andrew, how you doing, mate? Yeah, I can see what you mean. To be honest with you, mate, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but Fatawu short to Dewsbury Hall. Gets onto his left foot, chips it into the box. But again, it's out for another corner. Well, getting the corners, but corners don't win games. This time, Fatawu says, here, Dewsbury Hall, you take it. Which means it won't go past the first player. It's in, it's high, it's too far, is it this time? Abadidi. Oh, Winks takes a shot, and honestly, to be honest, I could have hit the target. What a load of fucking piss at the moment Leicester are. So it's 1-0 to Plymouth. Going up to the half hour. Fatawu is down. Matt Elliott just said it could still be a long shift for Plymouth. I don't think so. So the goalkeeper for Plymouth kicked it. It hit Patson Daka, who was shutting it down, but unfortunately it came off him, but didn't go anywhere near the goal. Just our luck, but at least he shut it down. So it's back with Hermerson. Always makes me nervous when he holds on to the ball. Throw into Leicester, halfway into the Plymouth half on this side. So Mavadidi and Justin. 50 likes. Thank you very much. Can we get a couple more just to keep us over the 50? Leicester at the moment, we're not doing anything that convinces me we're going to score. Indeedy. Winks, Dewsbury Hall, Ricardo now. Fatawu. Back to Ricardo, back to Faz in the middle. Costa Vestergaard, back to Faz. Don't need it going between the defenders. Fatawu. He has got a free kick in a good position. Just outside the box near the corner flag. Half an hour is nearly gone. 2/3 of this first half. 54 likes. Thank you, guys. Thank you very, very much. So, Dewsbury Hall. Half an hour exactly gone now. One shot, one goal for Plymouth. The keeper came for it, punches it out. No, it didn't go out. Kept in, but it was only kept in for a Plymouth player. Leicester come back again. Fatawu. Not sure. Oh, there's a Plymouth player down holding his face, which probably means he's hurt his knee. I mean, he's literally a foot from the edge of the pitch. Roll him off. Don't know if it was a head injury, but look what players do now. They go down, they hold their heads, even if they've hurt their ankle. Oh, I've caught my ankle. Oh, that hurts, that hurts. Referee, stop the game. In my book, it's cheating, but there you go. Oh, the guy that's down got a yellow card for his foul on Fatawu. So 1-0 down to Bindu's goal. Oof. He's still down. Oh, now he stood up. Yeah, do you remember those days when we were talking about smashing the record and going up with record points, etc., etc.? Seems ages ago, doesn't it? Looks like they're going to make a substitution here, Plymouth. So we are, in fairness, we've got, as I said, we've got 4 games left after this. 3 of them are at home, but anybody think? I don't think it'll make any difference. Now, he was right next to the pitch, so the edge. So I don't know where he's walking off. He's taken a long way off, which I think that should be a foul, but look, you know. So Miller is off. Edwards is on and takes the captain's armband. So Leicester now with the ball after put it out for the free kick. Justin lost it, got back. Then it's a free kick. I really Dewsbury Hall now with the free kick. They say that Dewsbury Hall will tee this up. He probably won't get it past the one-man wall. If he does, but it goes straight over, and it's a header out by a Plymouth player. Who knew? Back in. Oh, it's too hard for Faz, but it does come out. Dewsbury Hall. To Justin now. Into the box. Oh, good tackle there. They were breaking away. In fact, with Hermansen. Remember, we only played 3 games. Well, so did Plymouth only play 3 days ago, so we can't blame that. 6 shots to Leicester, 1 to Plymouth. Their 1 shot has gone in. Unbelievable. Fatu all the way over to Mavididi, who took it so well under his foot. Played out here to Fatu. Somehow managed to get hold of it, more through luck than skill. Out with Hermansen. Out to Vestergaard, just outside the centre circle in the Leicester half. Leicester asking for the penalty. It's not going to be given, though. So Plymouth couldn't control the ball there. Vestergaard plays it forward. Absolutely. Honestly, this is. I mean, it's not as bad. It's not as bad as the Millwall game, but Plymouth can just sit back now and hold on to this. It's a risky game to play, but Leicester ain't going to break them down. You know, if we lose this, we can't rely on Ipswich and Leeds losing again. They're not going to let that happen a second time. Yeah, I mean, I'm at Elliott saying here, you know, we were on top, but it doesn't matter that we're on top. We never fucking do anything when we're on top. They're playing with an air of confidence now of Plymouth. Matt Elliott saying he's got faith that Leicester will get themselves back into the game. He's got more faith than I have at the moment. Nothing I'm seeing here convinces me that Leicester will do that. Justin plays it up forward to nobody, and it's cleared up by Plymouth. For fuck's sake. If you're new to the channel, please do subscribe. It does help. Vestergaard's arguing over a fucking corner, and now he's out of position. While Vestergaard was still argue over a fucking throw-in. What's the point? A little bit ragged, they're saying Leicester are. We're a lot ragged. Oh, thank God for that. I mean, that was an excellent move by Plymouth, but he did shoot it high wide, and it wasn't very beautiful. Plymouth player for a tackle. Took Dewsbury Hall out virtually in the centre circle. Looked worse than it was, but it was still a yellow card, I think. He's still moaning, is for sure. Leicester give it away again, and Plymouth break forward, and they get the free kick off Fatawu. If they put as much effort into the game as they do arguing decisions, we might be doing something. So, Bataru boots it up clear out of his own box. So I think I lost you there for a bit, the internet with the weather here. Now Leicester have won the ball. They come forward. Dewsbury Hall, but are we only trying to win games by getting penalties here? Dewsbury Hall tried to cross it over. But I mean, all the Leicester players that are in the box have got Plymouth players around them. "43 minutes gone." I mean, look, for fuck's sake, this is nearly half time. And another free kick to Plymouth. Let's be honest with you, Plymouth are just going to go down and stay down every time somebody farts near them. Oh, holding his head again. It was nowhere near your fucking head. I can't even see that happening, Wolves. Oh, it's played in. Poor. What? It was a Kieran Dewsbury Hall free kick. That it was poor. Straight into the box and straight down the throat of Madsen Manson. Now, can Leicester get it away? Plymouth are closing us down. We're coming up to half time. Will Leicester score a goal before half time? I very much doubt it. Fucking hell. 4 minutes. 4 minutes added time. To be honest with you, I think they could add 44 minutes added time on. I don't think we'd score. Gray? No. Saying Leicester need their confidence raising. We're top of the league. Plymouth are playing with more confidence. Now, Plymouth up to 16th. They are currently 5 points now clear of Sheffield Wednesday in 22. Wow. Bataru now. Ricardo to Winks. That with Vestergaard. Really high up here. Plays a little ball over the top, but it doesn't go as far. Oh, it's out for a corner. I mean, all this fancy football is fucking getting us nowhere. Leicester's last chance probably in the first half. Oh, not a great corner. That's no surprise. Dewsbury Hall. Cardo on the ball. Indeed, he's going to get booked. So free kick taken by the goalkeeper. Booted all the way up. It'll go out for a Leicester goal kick. I've no doubt this will be played between the defenders. There it is, half time. Absolutely fucking shite. We have got what we deserved, which is, to be honest with you, fuck all. I'm going to go get myself another drink. I'm going to go and have a piss as well. At least I could probably hit the bowl. It's more than Leicester players could do if they're having a piss at the moment. Half time, it's 1-0 to Plymouth. It's disgusting. Absolutely awful. Unbelievable, Jeff. We'll be back in a few minutes. Enzo out, isn't it, guys? Brad, 1 strike, 1 effort, 1 goal, 30% possession. What the fuck's going on?
Get the Millwall highlights up and replay it because it's exactly the same. I'm so bored, Chris. I'm tired. I don't even have the energy to discuss how shocking we were since they scored. Luke, go on a Luke rampage, please. Save me because I haven't got the energy, mate. Take it out on them for all of us. Tell them how awful they were because they really were, Chris. They were shocking. The second Plymouth scored. I'm bored, Chris. I've given up. When's Wembley dates? Well, we might not even do that. We might lose in the semi-finals, but just for that, when have we got to be worried about booking a ticket to the Plymouth playoff final?
Luke?
We're shit. What the fuck was
You
FaZe
got up
doing?
at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch this.
Got up at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch FaZe not track his runner, bot out completely. We're devoid of ideas going forward. The guy that I hate, Daka, did well, put the ball in the back of the net. We looked really lively for the first 10 minutes. And again, back to the same shit. We are devoid of ideas. Enzo out. I would say that, but this is the first time this season I'm scratching my head thinking I'm losing faith in the man. I really am. I cannot believe that we have just conceded in the way we did with against, with all due respect, Plymouth. And we've got the likes of Southampton, Preston to play at West Brom. We're going to get our pants taken down and spanked in front of everybody. This is ridiculous. Like, what are we doing? Like, this is, again, going forward, devoid of ideas. First 10 minutes, we were fast. We're doing the one-touch fast passing. Now, we're pissing about so much. We give them time to get into shape. We keep crossing balls into the box, into contested areas, turning it over, going back to the same thing over and over again. They look more threatening than fucking we do. For fuck's sake, excuse me, but like, Jesus Christ, man.
Anyway, it's now second half. It's about to kick off. Dave, I mean, Luke's 0-0's gone out the window. And he's there with his vest on. He just needs his hanky on his head. Look, FaZe again. Luke did say in his show, Dave, Luke did say in his show, drop FaZe, put Cody in. FaZe is at fault for so many goals.
Yeah, he's a liability. I've been saying it for months. He's casual. His arms are up as if it's everybody else's fault. And he doesn't even close the guy down. He's saying, come on, have a shot if you dare. And he did. I would have had him out of the team a month or so ago. He's I don't know. I really don't know. He's so casual. It's unbelievable. He ain't that good. He's not good enough to be casual. He needs to close them down. And he doesn't.
Is he not good enough, full stop, Dave?
Well, he didn't do too bad last year, did he? Really, considering how bad we were. But I don't think he knows how to defend. He's another one of those attacking defenders who can't defend properly. I mean, Matt Elliott and Jerry Taggart must be tearing whatever air they've got out. I mean,
Matt Elliott said before it kicked off, Brad, well, before they scored, just a matter of time. We'll wear these people down just a matter of time. Fucking hell, I bet he's regretting saying that.
I mean, talk about your commentator's curse, Chris, but you could sense it, couldn't you? Bristol City, Millwall, even Norwich, and I know we turned that game around and won it, but even Norwich, it was like, okay, if we don't score soon, you know what's going to happen, and cue Dr. Leicester. You need points, do you? Desperate for your playoff battle, desperate for your survival. Don't worry. I'm with Dave. I'm starting to now really question why you bothered. Is Cody just a Vestergaard signing in disguise? What I mean by that is
the goal again through 3 defenders and the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I know, but Chris, what I mean by is Cody a Vestergaard signing in disguise? Is Brendan signed him because he'd really liked him, got questioned how he was going to fit into his team, never pissing played him, and yet Enzo likes him, he's been playing him, and I'm not saying that single. The thing is with me is he signed Cody. Now we all thought.
I'm going to have to. Sorry, Brad. I'm going to have to keep your answer short because it's half time.
It's just ridiculous. He needs to come in.
That long to get everybody in. Luke, if the Leicester players put as much effort into winning the game as they did arguing about things like throw-ins, we might have a team that could actually put some effort in. Because all I've seen is argument. I mean, fucking Vestergaard was arguing over a throw-in, and then they took the throw-in quickly, and he was out of position.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. We're this is not good for morale either. The boys are turning on each other, not confident, frustrated. It's not going to work. I can't even see us even scoring the second half. Seriously.
And Dave, I mean, for God's sake, Kieran Dewsbury, or whether it's a free kick or whether it's a corner, get him off set pieces. He's fucking shit at them.
He is at the moment, isn't he? I mean, he has been good, but nobody can take a corner. It's either too short or too long. And, you know, we haven't got a striker on the pitch who's anticipating the ball through. So if a good ball goes through, nobody's going to get it. And that's the problem. I thought for 20 minutes we were good, to be fair. I really did. I thought, you know, if we can score now, then we're going to win. But of course we didn't. And, you know. I
don't know. I can't say any Leicester players played very well at the moment. I just think you can't argue that we're tired because it's exactly the same for Plymouth and they don't look tired. All we're doing, Brad, and I know it's been said, and I'm beginning to think that, well, actually, maybe Enzo isn't the man for the job because all we're doing is passing it around, but doing fuck all with it. 67% possession. 1-0 down. What is the point of having possession if we do fuck all with it?
What I always tell you, Chris, the only stat that ever matters is just off to my left, but just off to the right of my head. It's the only stat that matters. I don't care how we play football, as long as we're the one that's winning the game. What we're not doing is that. And again, I'm going to go 4-4-2. For God's sake, do something different than the last four managers have done, which is play one fucker up front. Excuse my French, but for God's sake. Because the only other tactic he seems to employ, and I say the word tactic lazily here, is hoof it and hold. Indeed, he can hold the ball up for 4 hours while he gets into their half. It's ridiculous. Plan B's needed now. Maybe you know what? Unlock the panic button, press it, do it. Go 4-3-2, go 4-2-4, put four strikers on. I don't care what you do, just do something fucking different, Enzo. Otherwise, goodbye automatic.
He's a Leeds fan here, and he's actually showing more confidence in us than I am. Plymouth are stubborn, but your fitness will win through. You should be 3-1 up. We don't have extra time, unfortunately, Mark, and I can't see us scoring. Quick question to you all. Start with Luke. Any changes, and if so, what?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm quickly. Indeed, he's been brilliant early this season. I don't think he'll be playing as a high-pressing 8. He hasn't got a keen eye for goal. I'd like to see Pratt come on. I'd like to see Faze never step on this pitch again for the rest of the season. Bring Cody on, bring Pratt on, and sub Eunice on around the 60, 70-minute mark. Can't say Daka's done anything wrong this half, I'm afraid, so that's my take.
He's not really had the ball, has he? I mean, Dave, Fatawu has looked off it today. Would you change Fatawu?
I don't know, mate. I don't know about the wingers, but I agree with Luke on the others. Cody's got to come on and put some life into them. You know, give them a good kicking or something, because, you know, even with a minute to go for extra time in the first half, that they were just playing around with it. I mean, it just wasn't happening, was it? And nobody's making it happen. And if we can't do anything with set pieces, well, might as well not bother.
Brad, your changes?
Well, first of all, get Fatawu and that to change the boots and put the shooting boots on because I look afraid to shoot. I'd go 4-4-2. I'd take Dewsbury Hall off. I don't think he's done anything spectacular. I'd put Tom Cannon on. I'd go 4-4-2, and I'd hate to say it, but I can see Plymouth scoring again if we keep going and missing our chances. Take Cody off, take Faze off, put Cody on. You know what? I agree. Take Fatawu off and put Acheron, someone like that.
I think Pascal's had a poor game. He's not been able to control the ball or get past his man. Luke, finally, is that for your swearing or my swearing?
Mine, I should have put more in, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm with Brad.
For me as well. Players are on the pitch, guys. They're out 45 minutes, maybe to save our season, because I think if we don't win this, I don't think we're going up. Thanks very much, guys, and I will see you at full time.
See you guys.
Cheers. Okay, so here we go. We're going to get set up.
This is the Leicester Till I Die Watch-Along show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe.
No, do not forget to subscribe, please. Well, I don't think there's any changes being made. So we've got the same shit 11 that finished the start half are coming out for the second half. I don't know. I really don't know what to say, where to go with this at all. Might be a slender lead, but they're just saying it's a slender lead, but it was a slender lead that did Millwall good. Leicester in their yellow top, white shorts, yellow socks. Plymouth in their all green with yellow trim. Leicester now are going to be kicking from right to left, and Plymouth are going to kick off. And we're away. And they're just going to be kicking it long, I'm having the feeling. Messing around, Dean, that's all they seem to be good at doing. So, 45 minutes, can we save our season? You know, earlier in the season, if this was a game we were playing earlier in the season, I'd be saying, well, okay, here we go. We're going to come good in the second half and we're going to score a couple of goals. But we're not. We're absolutely not. And that's the difference. I can't see Enzo giving a rocket. Enzo's idea of ejaculating is raising his eyebrows, isn't it? He couldn't give a rocket to NASA. "45 minutes to change my mind." Come on, Enzo. Can you do it? Come on, Leicester. Can you make me actually start to believe in you again? Because at the moment, I've got no belief in you whatsoever. All we hear is excuses, 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 excuses. Couldn't score in 45 minutes. Can we score in this 45 minutes? So, again, played it through. What does Dewsbury Hall do? He falls over. You can't stay on your fucking feet, Dewsbury Hall. Don't go on the fucking pitch. So Justin goes all the way back to Hermanson from the halfway line to Hermanson just in front of his goal. He actually kicks it up long this time, but it just hits a Plymouth head, but it comes out to Justin. Dewsbury Hall manages to stay on his feet this time, turns with the ball. He has a shot. but it goes straight down the throat of Cooper in the Plymouth goal. Left foot shot there, but it was the goalkeeper didn't even have to move for it. That shows how awful a shot it was. When you're not making the goalkeeper work, you're not actually even making the goalkeeper move. So Dewsbury Hall losing the ball because he tries to do too much. He thinks he's fucking Messi. 66% possession to Leicester. 2 shots to Plymouth, 7 to Leicester. 1 on target for Plymouth, 2 for Leicester. But of course, the big stat is the one down the bottom. Is the fact that Plymouth won, Leicester 0, and Plymouth have got a player booked, I think. Yeah, Ryan Hardy, yellow card. Not sure what for, to be honest with you. Hardy now, who's just been booked, gets it back. Plymouth now got a player clear on the right, but he goes into the box. Headed clear, but I think it was Ricardo, but Bundy, the goal scorer, pushed him over, so it's a free kick to Leicester. Leicester got a game in hand, says the commentator. We need fucking 5 games in hand. We need 40 games in hand to make any bloody progress at the moment. That was lucky for Vestergaard. Gets it back. Vestergaard now gets the free kick. Trying to be, again, somebody else trying to be Messi. Another booking for for Plymouth. It's the card. He's a Premier League referee, this guy. The cards are absolutely piling up. I think that's going to be 5 bookings they've got. No, 4 bookings they've got. Although one of them, Miller, has gone off. He was substitute. I didn't see that substitute. Miller went off and Edwards came on. So, literally on the halfway line. It's a throw-in, number 8 for Plymouth to take it. Just walks back into his own area a bit, then he comes back to the halfway line. He might take it this side of Christmas. Yes, he does. And it's booted upfield. Vestergaard with the header out. Now it's another foul. Again, there's nothing I've seen here that convinces me that Leicester are going to score. Throw in. Justin. Back to Vestergaard in the centre. Ricardo. Plays it out to Faz. Now then. Fatawu, can he get the cross in? Yes, he can. Oh, but again, headed clear, and it needed to be headed clear by the number 6 for Plymouth. It was a good through ball. Fatawu did well, ran onto it, got it across, but again, no, the cross just headed out there by the Plymouth defender. So it's a corner. It's taken short this time. Winks. Fatawu. Puts it onto his left foot, gets it in. Oh. Now, another chance gone. Navadidi just a little black. Oh, Daka needed to be Vestergaard there to get that. Unfortunately, it was over his head. There's a throw in for Leicester. Pratt is about to come on. Be interesting to see who's going off. But Pratt is standing. They're just saying here, Foxes need to try something new. Chance to be a fine thing. Maybe Leicester need to try something different. I know Jamie Vardy started at Millwall, but I'm not sure Patson Daka is right. He's not really looked a threat on the top of the pitch. That's quite true. He hasn't. As much as I defend him, he hasn't looked. So indeed, he is off. Luke gets his wish. Indeed, he is off. Pratt is on. Of course, when Pratt and Eunice came on against Birmingham, was it? They got us. They conspired to get us the winner, but Eunice hasn't come on yet. Faz has still got the ball on the far side. Plays it out. Good ball to Fatawu. He's got 3 defenders on him. Vestergaard. Plays it to Justin on this near side. He goes out to Mavididi on the wing. Does a couple of tricks with his feet. Harry Winks. He's a short. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. At the moment, Leicester seem to at least be battling for it. Dewsbury all managing to hold on to the ball. Did well to get that and then keep it. Faz out to Fatawu on the far side. Now. Pratt has got it. He plays it through to Fatawu. Fatawu's in the box. Oh! Fatawu got the cross on. And guess who missed? I hate to say it, Daka. Oh, I mean, yes. That should have gone in. That should have been a goal. Daka missing there. But Plymouth come away now. That's got to be offside. Yes, it is. It was way offside, the Plymouth player. I can't put that one up, Gray. So. Daka's kept it. He fell over, but he still kept it back to Fatawu. Was he offside? But the flag stayed down. It's chipped in. They had a shot in, but they just shooting it against the Plymouth defenders. Coming up to half an hour left. 34 minutes. Vardy on the sideline in his high-vis substitutes jacket. Lovely ball blue by Plymouth down the far side. Oh, this is just cutting through Leicester. They're literally there. They just cut through Leicester like a hot knife through butter. Counter-attack. Daka has been on long enough. Get Daka off now. Why not give Tom Callan a chance? Luke, it's one, and I've said he was bad. It was one effort, one miss. You've got to look at your obsession with him. Luke, whether you're a mod or not, I've deleted the comment. Will you just fucking give it a rest about it? Because you're boring the arse off me at the moment. I mean, I've said Daka is. I said he was bad. He missed. It should have gone in. I've said get him off. But all this hate on him, even Luke, you're just pissing me off now, mate. So Faze chips the ball over. Oh, it's kept it in. Leicester still got it. No, Plymouth wanted the foul, but it isn't. James Justin. Avadidi now. Turns onto his right foot, onto his left. Chips into the box. Over the head of Daka this time. Yes, I like Daka, but I've got to say he's got to go. He needs a substitute now. Oh, Pratt missed a header. Pratt's got to go off. Pratt is rubbish. He's utter shit, Luke. He's Pratt. Pratt's just missed a header. He's utter shit. Let's get him off. You wanted Pratt on. Pratt's come on. He's missed a header. He's useless. Absolute utter garbage. Daka's claiming he was pulled down. Not going to get anything. I think Callan is coming on, I think. Plymouth are about to make a substitution. A long hoofed ball up into the Plymouth half. More in hope. And we've got no hope. We haven't even got Bob Hope. We are Stefan. So it's Vestergaard. Back to Vestergaard. It's just what we need at the moment. Paz. Forward. Pratt. Pratt plays the ball forward. Too much pace. Let's get Pratt off his shit. He's diabolical. He's utter rubbish. He's utter shite. The Plymouth making a change. Bundu coming off. Gibson is coming on, who's had more blocks than anybody else in the Championship. Adam, Mike, how you doing? Vardy sat back down again, so any hope of him coming on looks to be gone. He'll bring him on with about 2 minutes to go. Bit of a misunderstanding between Ricardo and Hermansen. I can't see Leicester getting a goal here. As much as I'd like to say I'm wrong. And another bad ball there from Ricardo this time. So Leicester trying to do something, but absolutely failing. 66 likes. Come on, guys. 139 of you in. Please smash that likes button. Oh, for fuck's sake. Pratt there tries to play the back heel, plays it to nobody. Absolutely nobody. What's the fucking point? Honestly, it's like watching Man United, this. So it ends up finally, after a slip over and a cock up, ends up with Faz. Out to Fatu on the far side. Tries a bit of trickery. He's got two players on him straight away. Gets it back to Winks. Winks in the centre. Over to Justin. Justin just changes his foot. Puts it into the area. Oh, for fuck's sake, Mavadidi! No. Oh, it's Daka again. So Daka is off. And I've got to say, he deserves to come off. He deserves to come off. I mean, what the hell was that? I mean, it is rubbish, but then again, who's been good in this game? Anyway, Daka is off, Vardy is on. Let's see what Vardy does. He's got 27 minutes to... no, he's got 23 minutes to try and make something happen. 23 minutes! Never played Plymouth before, Jamie Vardy. Dave's getting the score right at the moment. You're right, Jason. You're so bloody right. Get your frustrations out, Ben. The yellow card for Vestergaard. Yeah, that was. I don't know whether it was a booking, but it was definitely a foul. So it's free kick to Plymouth. Coming down to 20 minutes. Am I being over dramatic here when I say to save our season? It's out for a goal kick. $76 likes. Can we get it to 100? 24. We need 156 of you are in. Thank you very much for joining us. I don't know, Michael. 2 substitutes now for, I think that's about 5 substitutes Plymouth have made. Geordie, I don't know. What, 20 minutes gone. We haven't scored in the first 70. What makes you think we're going to score in the last 20? I mean, if they're tiring, well, they're making substitutions, so they're doing the right thing. Yeah, the pass there was short. Justin had to try and keep it in, and he couldn't. Oh, but the Plymouth goes has kept it in. Plymouth can make it 2, but it's a poor shot from the edge of the box. And Hermanson, it's an easy save for him. Vestergaard tried to let it play out, but he didn't. 19 minutes to go now. Have we got the ball? Have we not got the ball? Pratt's got the ball. Ricardo, Justin in the centre of the park, in the centre of the Plymouth half. Winks. Pratt. Ricardo. Justin. Through the referee's legs. Justin back to Ricardo. Chips it into the box. Dewsbury Hall. Back heel, but it doesn't come off. And Plymouth can get it clear. And it's a Plymouth throw-in. Yeah, Plymouth are celebrating. Plymouth are celebrating winning a throw-in in their own half. Do you know? I think we already have. On paper, you think Blackburn would be the easier game, but then again, you'd have probably thought Plymouth would be on paper. So I just... Leicester should be fighting for their lives to go up as well. Mavididi somehow gets it to Winks. Is Dewsbury all gone? Is he still on the pitch? Ricardo to Faze. Runs into the penalty area. Tries to get it in. Oh, Mavididi. Honestly, it's simple kick. I've seen a fucking dead granny kick harder than that. $82 likes. Come on, guys. 156 in. Don't know what Enzo's saying. Probably saying, I've got no idea. What do you guys want to do? And we give the ball away. We get it back. So, Dewsbury Hall. Leicester on the halfway line. Oh, fucking hell, Winks. $15 minutes to go. 15 and a half minutes to go. Promotion is draining away. Leicester fans look absolutely miserable. I mean, they've driven out. Well, I was talking to Jack on the coach earlier from the final whistle, and he must have set off at about 10 this morning or something. People have had days off to go and watch this garbage. You're right, Jeff. Plymouth are on the attack. Cleared by Ricardo, but only as far as the Plymouth player. Westergaard, good defending. Just playing it around again on the back on the halfway line. 14 minutes left. Only 2 substitutions made. And Faze gives the ball away and then tackles his own player. There's a player out here, right? And he got. Oh, if Plymouth had got that right, there was a player down this right-hand side there, totally and utterly unmarked. And I would have made it 2-0. I mean, who was Justin looking over his shoulder? But he was, and quite rightly, he's going to his mate. Like, why didn't you pass it me? He was free on this right-hand side, this near side. Justin. Just a matter of West Brom coming up next. What's happening with the time here? Free kick to Plymouth. Guys, I can't disagree with anything you're saying. So Winks comes away. Dewsbury Hall back to Winks. But Plymouth are getting everybody back. This is as you would expect them to. Then Dewsbury Hall can't do anything with it. Vestergaard to Justin, back to Vestergaard. Oh, what? What fucking... Oh, we're offside. Oh, thank God for that. Thank God for that then. Otherwise, we could have been in trouble. Vestergaard did well there not to go back. He just held his line and it made the Plymouth player go offside. 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Vestergaard comes forward for Leicester to Justin on this near side. Infield to Dewsbury Hall, who turns on the ball. Plays it out to Mavadidi, who's not really done. Oh, it's a fucking shit ball. Fucking shit ball, Mavadidi. Leicester fans look absolutely disconsolate. And again, we get the ball, we just give it away. So we've got 9 minutes. Ricardo, where's Pratt gone? Vestergaard. Dewsbury, he's not going to get a penalty. These referees don't give penalties. I don't think it probably was a penalty, in fairness. I think he went down too easily. Oh, he was going down before the player even touched him. Dewsbury Hall, if anything, it was a yellow card for Dewsbury Hall. Dewsbury Hall tripped over himself. Eight minutes to go. Oh, now Ricardo's giving it away. Plymouth are counter-attacking. Oh. I don't think if that had been West Brom, then we'd have been 2-0 down. When we're going to West Brom, somebody just said, I don't know who it was, West Brom are going to slaughter us. Yes, they are. It's a corner. It's a corner for Leicester. Oh, that's all right. It's safe then, isn't it, for Plymouth if it's the Leicester corner? Oh. There's a corner on the far side. Because it came off a Plymouth head. Who knew that it would end up on a Plymouth head? Mavadidi takes the corner. Fucking rubbish. straight into Cooper's hands, and he falls on it. "86 likes, guys. 14 needed. Plymouth fans going silly. Who can blame them? Who can blame them?" Yeah, what happened? We beat them 4-0 just before Christmas. Vardy, good touch there to Mavadidi. And gets a corner. They're taking too long. By the time they've given it to Mavadidi, it's fucked about with it. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. They got players back. Oh, God. Corner was taken quickly. Crossed in, and the goalkeeper managed to head it out. Ricardo, we're into the last 6 minutes. I'm guessing there's going to be about 5 to go on. Pratt. The Plymouth player, he's got cramp. He's been told if he's got cramp, get off. Yeah, they're saying cannot say how big this. 2 substitutions though, Enzo. Four minutes to go, plus stoppage time. Mike, if you had to time somebody out, you must have deserved it. Let's have possession, but what the fucking good is that? We don't do fuck shit with it. Can't even put a fucking cross into the box. There's no point sacking him with 4 games to go, but maybe at the end of the season. Vardy now! Oh, fuck's sake, Vardy! Vardy's rubbish. He's utter shit. Get him off. "88 minutes plus 2 minutes plus stoppage time. I would imagine there's going to be at least 5. Dewsbury can't get it around. It's a corner. Who matters? Who matters? Yes, Vardy. Vardy misses again. Dewsbury Hall. No, it's a goal kick. Winks can't shoot on target. So we're into the last minute of normal time. See what the board is when it goes up. Winks. Fataru. Yeah, but he can't. Why did he fucking cross it? Five minutes. For Vestergaard. Vestergaard turns on the ball. It's with Mavididi on this near side. He does it once, twice over with his feet. Vestergaard plays it up to Fowles on the far side. It's now Fataru. Plays it back into Winks, but there's a free kick to Leicester City. A late yellow card for that could have been red. Yeah, he did. He went for the ball, but he did follow through. But like Leicester, following through. 88 likes. Come on, guys. We're nearly at the 100. Winks into the box. It's out for a corner. No, it's a goal kick. Vestergaard got his head on it. He missed it. He's utter shite. Let's get rid of him, Luke. Free kick to Plymouth. What's the fucking point? Yeah, I got him, guys. Sorry. I saw it, so I just did it. Justin. He's got the space to run to it in the near side. Gives it to Mavididi. Oh! Arriving at the back post. Jamie Vardy missed it. Utter shite. Get him off. Oh, why didn't Vardy make contact with that? Oh, what's Vardy doing? He's absolutely rubbish. Let's get him off. It's all over. There's about less than a minute to go. Well, added time on added time now we're playing. Dewsbury Hall. Mavadidi, what can he do? Ricardo chips it out to Dewsbury Hall. The referee might let this last attack go. Dewsbury Hall gets it over, but it's headed out. Oh, they just boot it out. It's going to be over now. Pratt. Play out to Fatawu. The home fans are whistling like mad. No, there's a free kick to Leicester. I don't know, the linesman was flagging for something. We are staying up is what Plymouth are singing. And you got to say, fair play. There it is. It's all over. Plymouth 1, Leicester City 0. Fucking shite. Every single one of them. Sack Enzo. What the hell are we doing? We're going to be playing Championship football next season.
Hello, Matt Elliott here.
Hi, Alan Smith here.
Hey guys, Ian Hume here.
Hi everybody, Jerry Taggart here.
Be sure to watch
Chris and Leicester Till I Die TV
for all the latest Leicester City news and information.
You can also subscribe on YouTube and various social media channels.
for the latest updates and news on Leicester City Football Club.
Come on, you foxes!
Well, hang on 1 second, guys. You were in first, Brad. Let me come to you. I'll just uncover you. That would help, wouldn't it? Oh, fuck knows what I'm doing, to be honest with you. Here we go. There we go. Brad, let me move you there. There we go. Yeah. I've put it up there. Go on, I'll go for it. Is this why Palmer sacked Enzo, and should we get rid of him at the end of the season?
Paul, I can't even speak. It's just I'm just that done with Leicester recently. These last few weeks, they've just been stale, repetitive. We sacked Claude Puel for less. What have I seen in the last 2 games? That the rest of the Championship were all a bunch of fools to fear Leicester, because all you have to do is stick 10 men behind the ball, let them pass themselves to boredom, nick the ball off and play it over the top, get in your score, and they won't come back at you. Because I can't remember, there's not been many times this season when Leicester have been a goal down, Chris, and I can't remember too many times when we've turned it around to do much. Same, predictable. Rodgers didn't. We got on Rodgers back and wanted him sacked because he didn't have a plan B. We got Puel sacked and didn't have a plan B. Baldy locks and 3 hairs, doesn't have a plan B. For me, Chris, it was obvious. Change the whole thing, change the system, change some players. Go to up front. Stick. You know what? I'm at the point, Chris. I'm gonna name 4 or 5, maybe even 6 players here, and this is who I want to see in the next lineup. Cody, I want him in. Nelson, I want him in. Pratt, I want him in. Atgun, I want him in. Cannon, I want him playing. Vardy, I want him playing. Albrighton, I want him playing. I don't want Mavididi playing. Shite, absolute shite tonight. Only reason I'd stick with Fatawu is the only option we've got on the right, unless you can put Atkin out there. So yeah, I want wholesale changes. And if the manager doesn't start doing it, Chris, because the question lies, who are you going to blame more? And the manager has to fix this. The manager has to make 4 or 5 big changes to that squad, change the shape and change how we go about things. Or guess what? He's the one that gets changed. Forget automatic, mate. We do not deserve to be in the playoffs. Because had teams figured us out and known how to cope with us early in the season, we would be mid-table at best. We'd be 12th at best. And this last 10 weeks has shown how frail we are mental and how easy we are to deal with. We are lucky for the first 30-odd games teams shit themselves playing Leicester. Because we would be, genuinely, rightly, Chris, given our last 7 or 8 games form-wise, we would rightly be mid-table.
I've put there, Dave, is this why Palmer sacked Enzo? People are going to come back and go, yeah, but look how he was doing early on in the season, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter how we were fucking doing 10 games ago. It doesn't matter we were 17 points clear. It's where you end up. And when you look at the demise of the club this season, he's got to go at the end of the season, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't like it, but we're devoid of ideas. I didn't think he could get any worse, but that second half was just, well, just hopeless. And we've known this for weeks and weeks and weeks. We've known that teams are sussing us out, and we do the same thing every time. Every time. And you don't. That's not a manager. That's a robot. And we can't put up with it. It's not acceptable. It's embarrassing. That's Plymouth's first clean sheet at home this season. Yeah.
Words fail me. Luke, I want to come to you, and I've made a few notes here that are prevalent to you, Luke. So I just want to direct these at you if I can. Pratt missed a header, utter shite. Vardy missed a golden opportunity to create contact with the ball, utter shite. Fatawu, he couldn't cross the ball, utter shite. Let's get all, because you were saying Daka, I think the quote was that I deleted. Daka, get him off, utter shite. Vardy, I don't think he touched the ball because that one chance that he had, it went past him. Utter shite. Let's get rid of him. Pratt, who you wanted to come on and was so good, rubbish. He missed a header. Utter shite.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
Hang on. That's not fair.
No, I mean, no, it is.
Let me answer you first. Hang on, mate.
Luke said Daka missed the chance. He was utter shite. He touched the ball more times than Vardy did. He wanted Pratt to come on. Pratt missed a header. He was utter shite. And I'm not saying that Daka wasn't shite tonight. I'll give you that. But so were those players that you wanted on.
No, hang on. Let me, first of all, okay, guys, let me answer your first question above. Okay? Am I worried about Maresca? Yes. We are not in the same position we were 2-3 years ago. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, but we may as well have hung on to Rodgers because of look what it's done to our club financially. We can't even afford to get rid of Maresca right now. We need to make every bit of money that we can to balance the books, but we're not even going to go up. If we don't go up, which we're probably not going to now, this is going to be a fucking car crash, okay? We're going to have a points deduction. We're going to be stripped of players. We're not going to be able to get anyone in. No one's going to want to stay. And then we're going to be stuck with Enzo. Why persist to someone else? Because we can't even afford it. Can we even bring in another manager under an embargo? I don't know. Now listen, Chris, I love you, brother, but listen to me. Daka is fucking shit, mate. No more defending. You cannot deflect what he done of other players. Those 2 open shots were woeful. He is the worst signing. I'd sooner rather see Slimani play in the shirt than that absolute waste of space. He is shocking. Never again do you play him. Daka played. Hang on. Daka didn't play anywhere near as many minutes. So Vardy didn't play anywhere near as many minutes as Vardy, and neither did Pratt. And Pratt still offered a lot of decent link-up play. Okay, it was better than Ndidi.
But he missed a header. And
one header is totally different to a complete tap-in that my grandmother would have scored, mate. Come on, Chris. Come on, mate. Daka is not good, mate. Admitted.
I said Daka was rubbish tonight. But what I'm saying is that those players you went on were just as utter shite. Which are the worst 2 words.
I disagree about Pratt, but each their own.
No, Pratt, he missed a header.
Oh,
you said as soon as Daka missed, hang on, Dave. As soon as you, Dave, wait a minute. No. As soon as you said that Daka missed that shot, you posted utter shite. So I'm saying Pratt missed a header. Going by your standards, he's utter shite. Vardy missed a shot. He's utter shite. I'm just throwing back at you what you were saying. And were you saying that about Daka when he put 4 goals past Moscow?
Mate, Vardy can't fly, mate. That ball was put right.
It's a yes or no question. Were you saying the same about Daka when he put 4 shots past Moscow?
Okay. Did Vardy have control of the ball?
No. It's a yes or no.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
No. It's a yes or no, Luke.
It's a no answer because Daka already had the ball at his feet. Vardy didn't. So it's a complete different scenario. Pratt didn't have an open goal. Different scenario.
But was the answer to the question? Did you say Daka was shite when he scored 4 goals?
Back at you, Chris. Did you say Maresca was shite when we were top of the league by 17 points? Hey? Same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's shite now. And I actually said, what I'm saying is that I agree Daka was shite, but then so were the other players.
Yeah, but nobody missed those chances like that.
Yeah, but did you say that when he scored 4 against Moscow, Dave?
No. Did you say that about Enzo? Did you say that about Enzo when we were top of the league? No, you didn't. So
I never said we were absolutely like playing like Barcelona because we were getting lucky 1-0 wins and 2 goals up with letting a goal in at the end.
You still weren't giving him shit like you are now. So it's different. Yeah, we didn't give him shit there because he scored goals. He ain't scored goals, has he? He's a striker. He's employed to score goals. He misses things at school.
But what Luke said is the worst signing we've ever made. That was what Luke said. And the worst signing that ever made scores 4 goals against Moscow in a European game,
that's
we've had
history.
worse players than Daka.
Well, I can buy it, but he's too young to see him, isn't he? Junior Lewis. Yeah, but, you know, you have to be of a certain age to appreciate how bad they were. My point is that you cannot...
Gazelle, you'll remember Gazelle.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it just pisses me off when people come on, including Luke, and they just have a go at Daka because he misses a couple of chances. And the players that you wanted to come on were just as shite. Did they make any difference to the game? No. Did they suddenly score 2 goals and get us to win the game? No. Therefore, they are just as shite.
Vardy didn't get any service, so how could he?
No, did Daka.
Oh,
what service did Daka get that Vardy not get that Daka didn't get?
3 open goals he had. He should have put at least 2 of them away. I'm sorry. That is bollocks. Vardy didn't get any service. I didn't know
Vardy, when he played Bristol and he missed 4, of course, that was just a fact. That was just unlucky, wasn't it? That was just totally unlucky.
Well, you've made 4 up, but yeah.
No, it was too easy.
At least you got him on target.
He should have got.
At least you got him
I mean, if Vardy had run a little bit faster tonight, he'd have got on the end of that shot and got the goal in.
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry. You name me. I'm right, Dave. You name me your man of the match tonight.
Fucking hell.
Luke.
Exactly. Come on. It's got to be Vardy or Pratt. Surely. One of those 2 must be man of the match.
No, you're being stupid now.
No.
Yes,
I'm not. You're defending him.
Are.
They must be man of the match because they made such a big difference when they came on.
How long were they on for?
Oh, God. So it's a matter of time, is it?
Well,
you know,
if you play 70 minutes, you should have more of an impact than if you played 15.
So come on, who's your man of the match? Name me your man of the match.
I don't think anybody.
Exactly. Silence says it all.
No, it doesn't. You're talking fucking rubbish. It doesn't say it all.
Well, tell me then. Give me your man of the match. Tell me who was good for Leicester out there today.
I didn't say there were anybody any good. I just said Daka missed 3 chances.
Yeah, and I've said tell me who was better than him.
Well, the rest of them.
Were they?
Everybody else.
Sorry. Let me just put this score. Sorry, the rest of the team were better than Daka. Oh, look at that. Plymouth beat us 1-0. That's how good the rest of the team were.
Yes, bollocks, mate.
I mean, I'm sorry. You know, I dropped a cup earlier on today and smashed it. Oh, it must be Daka's fault.
Don't be stupid.
He missed 3 open goals. One player is not the bad, makes the whole team bad.
He can't even kick a ball. Hey, how does that judge? I mean, he overran one early on. We forgot about that.
At least he touched the ball. It was more than Vardy did.
Yeah, he didn't get a chance, did he?
Oh, no. That ball that was played in front of him and he didn't get to. I mean, Gascoigne got nearer in Euro 96.
No, you've just turned it too far around the other way.
Oh, of course it did. It was Vardy. Yeah. Of course it did. Brad, 2 substitutions in the whole game.
Mate, it's just been the same stinking crap for 5 out of 7 weeks. It's just been the same rubbish. He makes impactful subs. He makes substitutions on a whim. Otherwise, I'd fear he'd never make any substitutes at all. Because when it was going good, Chris, whatever you thought of how we won the game or not, whether we were lucky or not, conceding late goals or not, or whatever, he wasn't making subs when that was happening. Now we're seeing him for what he really is, right? And an okay manager can take a good side and kind of ride the wave, right? But when it starts going wrong, that's what you see what a manager's built of. And can somebody tell me, forget your individual battles, forget who's worse than Daka, who's better than Daka, who's this, who's that, forget that for a second. I want to know, I genuinely want to know, what have we seen in these last 8 weeks when the times have been tough for Leicester, ever since that Leeds Middlesbrough round 2 went wrong and we didn't get back to winning ways, right, Chris? Probably ever since back then. What have we seen to really get us out of our seats and think, no, we can still do this, because if this doesn't work, we're going to do this, and if this doesn't work, we're going to do that. I will tell you the biggest difference between Ipswich and Leeds right now. I know their form's just as bad because somehow we keep getting away with losing, and it's not going to last forever. It's not going to last this weekend. I can assure you that. I don't see how they do it, because if they do, none of us deserve to go up. That's not just Leicester, Ipswich, or Leeds don't deserve to go up if they somehow keep Leicester in the automatic zones with results this weekend, Chris. But the one thing we see from Ipswich games and Leeds games, sometimes we've been doing shows when we've been playing, so you can't say we haven't seen it with our own eyes, Chris. They always look like they're going to score. They always look like, you know what? And to Cole, that just goes to you, mate. Come in and message me saying bottle it straight off the back. Says the team that bottled it twice and still hasn't got anywhere. Grow up. Leave me alone, you knob. Anyway, I just want to see something different, Chris. I want to see something that looks different, because Ipswich and Leeds at least look like they're going to try and score in the last 10 minutes of the game. At what point, Chris, be honest with me here, right? And I'll take the heat off these two on Chris's excellent tangents back at people. I'm asking you a genuine honest question, mate. At what point did your brain genuinely, you might not have said it on stream, and maybe you did, but there has to have been a point in this game, Chris, where the way we were performing, the way Plymouth were going 10 behind the ball, you must have thought, we ain't actually scoring. Because I did. At about 70 minutes, I thought, we're not scoring.
Say that again. Sorry, Brad. Say that again.
I was just saying, at what point, even if you didn't say it out loud or want to admit it, there must have been a point in that second half that you thought, we ain't scoring. This is done. We're just not scoring. For me, it was about 75 minutes, mate.
Oh, I was way before you. And I think I said it on the stream that, can I see Leicester scoring in this half? No. And I replied at 70 minutes, somebody put in, like, you only need 2 goals. And I said, we couldn't score 1 in 70 minutes. We're not going to score 2 in 20. So I agree totally. Somebody just saying there is, where's Kelechi when you need him? I don't think Kelechi would have made any difference, to be honest with you. I think, why was Cannon not brought on, Luke?
We want to see all these changes, but I would imagine if you're the manager, it's probably pretty stressful in the business end of the season to go, well, do we make fire sale, a bunch of changes and then bottle it, potentially even worse? But like at the same time, what we're doing is not working. Cannon hasn't played for a long time. I want to see Cannon play, but we don't know how match fit he is. But at this point, mate, what have you got to lose? We have 4 strikers and none of them are in form. Listen, for all the things we say about Daka, come on, mate. He's had his run. He's not scored before since AFCON. That's a long time, mate. So, and you can say all you want about Vardy, but Vardy has scored since AFCON. Daka hasn't. Again, moving away from Daka, I would love to see Cody come in. I think phase has been woeful. And look, guys, we're going into the business end of the season, and what looks now like playoffs, and we've lost 2 games on the bounce of outscoring against teams that are facing relegation battles. What does that say?
That says we should, if we want to go up, we should still be beating them.
Look, and look, all the Leeds fans that are enjoying this, I don't blame them.
Advocate, because I've said, I'm the one that's saying these are not games. Millwall, Plymouth, they're battling for, to stay in the league. But Dave, you could argue that, Plymouth need to battle they want the points to stay up. Millwall need to battle because they want the points to stay up. Surely our players should want to battle because we want to get promoted.
Well, that's the argument, isn't it? They knew they had to win tonight. And if they'd have won tonight, they'd have put the pressure on the other 2. Now, we've got West Brom, Southampton, Preston and Blackburn. I mean, they've all got something to play for. There's no mid-table game there. And you think, do they care? Seriously, I just saw the same casual attitude that I've seen for weeks. And I just, Woot Faze was good last year, I thought. This year he looks terrible. And he's still going to get picked. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. You're picking players who are performing badly. That's what I don't get. As a manager, you've got to pick guys that want it. Callan had something to prove tonight. He could have gone there and proved it. But he didn't get a chance. How does he feel? We've not scored, a goal in the last 180 plus minutes, and he can't get on the pitch.
I mean, just a clear fight, and we'll end on Daka and we'll move on. Tonight he was shite. No doubt about that. And if you look at the play of the actual Watchalong back, I said he needs to come off. Before he was substituted, I said he needs to come off. I wanted Cannon to come on. My point is, I'm not arguing that he wasn't shit tonight. I'm just arguing that nobody else was any better than him. Because Dewsbury Hall couldn't pass win tonight.
No.
Fatawu, what is it with these strikers? Because not strikers, sorry, wingers. They get the ball. Mavididi had the chance to cross. There was a gap between the defender and the byline. He was there. He'd got that space, but he pulled it onto his other foot, and we ended up losing the ball. Why aren't they crossing the ball when they get the chance? Anybody?
Well, probably because nobody's in the middle. Nobody's attacking that 6-yard box. That's the problem. And also, strikers, unfortunately, are paid to score goals. And, you're going to miss chances because strikers do. But you've got to put them away, else how else do you score? Because we can't seem to do it. You're right. Everybody was very poor tonight. Harry Winks gave the ball away probably more than he's done all season.
Mm-hmm.
But why? This is the question. Why? They've got no confidence. They're all falling out and arguing. Their hands are up. They're arguing the linesman, the referee.
Yes.
And that's not a team that's successful. You don't get that. So something is wrong. Now, whether it's a lack of confidence, I don't believe they're tired.
No, because Plymouth played on Tuesday.
Yeah. But I just think they've got lacking totally in confidence. So when you do get 2 very good chances and you don't take them, the confidence level drops even more. They may be professionals, but they're still human beings. So you see chances being wasted or mistakes being made at the front or back, it affects you. And this is what's happened since, Millwall was appalling. I think probably tonight was, apart from the first 20 minutes, I thought we were going to be all right tonight after 20 minutes. But then it just went completely wrong. And I fear for the rest of the season, I really do. I feared for tonight, but...
Yeah. Brad, Dave was quite right in a lot of what he said there. If we go up, we're just coming straight back down with or without a points deduction if we play like that.
Yeah, if we play like that.
And we know we'll be different players, obviously. Hopefully we'll be able to sign some.
Yeah, of course. But if you're saying now you've got to take Leicester as they are, playing the way they are, and you're in the Premier League, then yeah, unfortunately, we'll probably do our best Sheffield United impression, with or without the points deduction. I think that. Do you know what the most upsetting thing is? I know I'm not trying to go back to that argument, heated debate, whatever you three wanted to call it. I nearly got popcorn out. It was entertaining to watch. But
the views went up. Why do you think I was doing it?
I know, right? I know. We was nearly at 300. You guys should have kept going. But no, seriously, the one thing that gets me is, Chris, is what's the point in having strikers in this team? Because the one thing I've noticed that if you really think about it, we've all said today, and I know you've argued a toss between who had more chances than who, clear chances and whatnot. But there was no more than 4 chances today for our strikers. They're not playing to the strengths of the strikers, no matter who it is, whether it's Vardy, Dak, or Ian Acho. So something's got to change there. And I believe, Chris, and correct me if I'm wrong here, our midfield 4, if you say that's Dewsbury Hall and Didi, because he's a further advance out of him, Winks, Fatawu and Mavididi have over 30 plus goal contributions this season. Why is it in the last 10 weeks that unless they're trying to do the spectacular and ping it into the top corner, we suddenly look afraid to shoot? That's the more concerning thing for me, Chris. And Dave, your math's right. In the last 2 games, that's 180 minutes we've gone conceding. Do you want to know how I can make it more concerning for you, guys? 270 minutes without a goal away from home. 3 home performances, 3 times we've drawn a blank, 3 times we've lost 1-0. If you want to know where the problem is, we need to make an appeal to the EFL next season, because if we play like this, we're not going to get out of playoffs. Let's be honest with you, Chris. We need to make an appeal to have all 46 games at home, because apparently once it goes to piss away from home, we're not winning the game. So that's what I've learned from this last 7 or 8 weeks. Chris, is we don't play to our teams. We play to its tactic, not a team strength anymore. Or we don't look wanting to play to a team strength. How many times, Chris, when things were going well for us, well, not going well, but we had more of an adventurous, a less glamorous squad, but a more adventurous squad. I know. I tried to figure out how to say the sentence. We had a more adventurous squad, but a less talented squad on paper, at least, when we had Sven and that as manager, Chris. But I remember the days where we used to shout, shoot, and a player wouldn't even hesitate. He'd have a go, and then we'd commend him for at least shooting. These players look scared to death to do anything that isn't instructed on them by Enzo. Because how many times did a half chance, Chris? And look at the goals we conceded. Absolute screamers that have won the game. Well, tonight's wasn't, but, we've conceded scream after screamer. Why are these players so afraid to take the chance? As it is, Brendan, Powell, all sacked for worse, for more consistent things. Where's the change coming? Because either the manager's got to make it or we change the manager.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to just, and I'm not reigniting this argument again, but I just want to say touches on the ball in 60-odd minutes, 65 minutes, Daka had 24. In 24 minutes, Vardy had 3.
What does that even fucking mean, man? He had so much less time than Daka did.
I mean, no. Yeah, but Daka had 66 minutes, so he had twice as long on the pitch, Daka, and he made 24 touches. Vardy had half the time, so therefore should have made 12 touches. He didn't. He only made 3. That's what I'm saying. I'm leaving it
at straw. Do you have shares on him or something, Chris? I don't get it.
No,
please,
do you
man.
hate him so much? Do you hate him?
It's not hate. It's not a hatred. It's just a fact of his lack of
across
ability.
as a hatred.
Well, it's his lack of ability. It's only just come out tonight. I've been supporting.
No, it hasn't actually. With Luke, it's been for quite a few weeks. Answer me this question, Luke. Right? How many players makes up a football team on the pitch?
Oh, can we please move on from this? I don't like him. You'll never be able to change my mind, mate. You will not be able to change my mind, Chris.
But, just get off this Daka's. Everything is Daka's fault. There are 11 players on the pitch. All I'm saying is he was shite, but 3 touches in 20 minutes for a striker is absolutely pathetic, especially in that last...
In all of Vardy's prime, he's always been like that. Chris, remind yourself, in Vardy's prime, he could be missing the whole game and you'll bang 2 goals, and Vardy's always been like that. He's never been long enough to know that, and everyone else here will agree with me, including yourself. I know you're trying to play devil's advocate and trying to stir the pot and get a reaction out of me, but you know full well that Vardy in his prime has always been that kind of player. He's never been a many-touch player. He's always been like that, and everyone in the comments will know it, and you know it as well.
No, I think when we won the Premier League, he was touching the ball quite a bit.
He wasn't defending tonight either, and that's what he does a lot at corners. He defends. Well, they didn't have a corner, did they? But he defends, and that's how his touches come as much as anything. He comes back for the ball.
Let me ask you this, Dave. What is happening with, surely a team that wants to play in the Premier League should be able to get a corner onto their own team's head?
Start me on that one again. I mean, the whole thing was a joke. The whole corner thing was a joke. We couldn't find our own players. They bossed us in the penalty box. We've probably got the tallest guy in the league, and he can't head a ball. Unless it's a simple header. Faze, I don't know. Well, I wouldn't pick him again. I'm sorry. He's been rubbish for a while now. But the problem is, strikers are supposed to score goals, and they're not doing it. But we gave the ball away in every position. So yeah, they were all poor. I'd love to see what's his name's man of the match tonight, but. You ask me, and I can't pick one. I really can't. But at the end of the day, if Daka had stuck one of those chances away, he'd have been man of the match, because it was that bad. But he didn't, and he must be, lacking in confidence so much. I thought going away and playing internationals would help. But he's got no confidence at all. He looks out of position. He looks out of place. He looks, I don't know, sad almost. And that's a player. That's a player who should have a break.
Sorry, who was saying?
Daka. I mean, he looks like he's suffering, and he shouldn't be playing because he's got no confidence in himself at all. And that's for those two second half chances showed that, strikers when they're going through a phase, they don't normally put them away, but something's wrong, and he's been shoved into it at the most important time of the season, and it's not fair on him. So, but the fact is, he's there to score goals. He's paid a lot of money to do it. Not that the money's that important, to be honest. That it's the pride, but he's not doing it, Chris, and that's the end of the story, really. But have we got anybody that will do it?
Well, I mean, I did say on Luke's show earlier, and Luke will back me up on this, that I didn't actually pick Daka to start.
No,
I picked Cannon to start. Yeah. We can say Vardy's not doing it, Daka's not doing it. Well, why not give Cannon a go?
But Vardy might still be the most prolific scorer minutes per goal in the league. If he's not, he's second. So he is doing it. He just didn't do it tonight. He didn't do it on Tuesday. But I moaned about the lack of strikers before the season started. And for Maresco to say that we've got too many strikers is bizarre to me. It really is.
This is why I'm just wondering. I mean, tonight he was outthought by a guy who's not even a manager.
Again.
Brad, again, a very good point made by Dave is that strikers are paid to score, but are wingers and other players not paid to create chances?
Yeah, they are. And Enzo's also paid to figure out how to get the best out of his forward men, as well as the rest of his side. But like I said, you haven't even got 30 touches between two strikers, whether they played for 5, 10, 15 minutes, whether they played 45 minutes each. They didn't have 30 touches between them. Not 30 chances. I wish it was 30 chances. We'd be sat here laughing our heads off at how embarrassing we have missed 30 chances. 30 touches, Chris. Maybe to a degree, it isn't the awful crosses into the box that's the problem. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's the fact that they've tried this on a training ground and try it on a training ground and try it on a training ground. It's all they bloody well try. And it works on a training ground because Vestergaard knows to let him get there. Vestergaard knows to drop his shoulder to see how it works if we get in first. They just look a little bit lost. They look like they're on different Wi-Fi's in different countries and they can't connect to the same bloody WhatsApp group. It's an absolute mess right now. And for me, Chris, you want to fix it. I sent you a message in private. Maybe I haven't.
Yeah, no, I've replied to it, mate. I've replied to it.
I'll take your reply then. But Chris, something needs to change all round because there's just no confidence from this team, and it's embarrassing to say, Chris. Why are we low in confidence when we played Millwall? After 2 wins, if anything, we should have been ready to grab this league by the scruff of the neck and finally put to rest this absolute merry-go-round, Ferris wheel of first, second, or third between us and Ipswich. We really should have over these last 2 games, and yet we played like a team that's, dare I say, Chris, the second halves against Millwall, Bristol, and Plymouth were worse than some of the 45-minute or 90-minute performances in last season's relegation battle because they were hopeless last season, but at least they showed a bit of intent. We were getting battered 6-2s and 4-1s and whatnot and 3-2s, but we were still showing some intent and at least some quality in front of goal because we were able to find a net. We were just awful at the other end of the pitch. Them last 3 away games, Chris, I would scarce to say if you held them up and went, this was relegated from the Premier League, this was struggling to hold top 2. Which season, which game was which? You wouldn't be able to convince me otherwise that one was relegation Premier League and one was awful Championship fun because they were both as bad as each other. And
it's predictability, Brad. Predictability. You know that.
Did we not, Dave? Echo that word again.
Predictability.
We had that under Powell. What happened to him?
Well, yeah.
Echo the word again, Dave.
Yeah, but we were in the Premier League.
Predictability, was it? Predictability. What happened under Rodgers?
I'm thinking about the players as much as anything.
Exactly, though, Dave. And this is where the question comes into it. Why are we playing to a tactic and not a strength of our team?
Well, because it worked and it's not working now, and they have not changed it. But Mavadidi's been caught out because he gets the ball, and you know what he's going to do, don't you? He's going to come back inside. He rarely goes around the outside. Whether he can kick with his left foot, who knows? But I'm sure he can. You know what's going to happen. You know that, and it's interesting how these opposition are playing now, because Plymouth were really tight in the middle, which is bizarre considering we've got two wingers. But they know if they keep it loads of numbers in the middle and tight, the ball will come through the middle, because that's how we play. But we can't play like that because there's no space. And that's what Millwall did. And that's what Plymouth did tonight. And that's what teams have done.
I just want to say that and I apologise, the post I put up, I actually tried to delete and clicked on the wrong button. That guy has now been banned. And Mike, yes, I totally agree. What a pathetic man. Not you, Dave, the guy that put the poster. Luke.
The nicest thing you've said to me all night.
I do feel like I'm turning into Arsenal fan TV here, but no. All joking aside, Luke, you've actually, I was expecting a bigger rant off you. What if we don't go up? Well, no. Let's have a look at the West Brom game. I am literally now thinking that I am scared. I am scared for that West Brom game. If we can't beat Millwall, if we can't beat who did we play today? Plymouth. West Brom are going to absolutely stuff us, aren't they?
I want to say yes because of the performances against Millwall and Plymouth. For everything we've said about the wingers, when people park a bus, and as Dave was saying, hold that spot in the middle, it's hard for the wingers to get involved in the game. They can put a cross into the box, and that's it at best, because there's too many people in that box in the penalty area. So there's not really much they can do. Maybe find space between 3 to 4 players, but other than that, all they have is to be able to put a cross in and just hope that it finds a head. And it just obviously it's too many. It's too congested in that area. West Brom, do I think they're going to park a bus? And to be fair, as well, talking of bus parking, that play, the first 20 minutes of the game was a lot more open than it was at any point against Millwall. So that's even possibly hard to say as well. They only started doing it the second that they went 1-0 up. West Brom, I know this sounds strange, but that game might suit us more than Plymouth or Millwall. I don't know what that means. What's going on?
No, I don't know what that
Look what my finger's right above. You can talk about that 20 minutes all you like. That's the only thing I give a fuck about. What does it matter? What does it matter?
Yeah, but in fairness, Luke was replying to my question. So
I know, but I was just making that little. That's why.
Well, the difference is that we actually played all right, which we didn't do against Millwall at all, and that was sort of filling us with confidence. But the way they just faded was embarrassing.
I know, but we keep saying we played all right, and we're not scoring. You know what I mean? I agree with that, Dave.
About 20 minutes. When we were playing okay for that first 20 minutes, I actually said, Luke, you know what's going to happen here? We don't score, and we're going to lose.
Yeah.
Because we don't score when we've got advantage. 17 shots, Luke, 4 on target. Plymouth, 5 shots, 3 on target, 1 in the net. 13 corners. Plymouth did not have 1 corner. 13 corners, Dave. How many of those actually reached a Leicester player?
I don't think any of them did they? That I can remember, apart from the short corner.
Well, yeah. At least that way. Well, then usually it ends up back with Mads, doesn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
You know.
But I think we've all had enough. I really do. I think the frustrations of, and then we knew we weren't going to romp it. You know, we joked about record points and everything else or mentioned, but we knew we'd have to lose games because it's inevitable in this league. It's such a competitive league. But we never thought it'd go like that. I mean, you're right, even Birmingham, we got away with one. Norwich, Norwich were terrible. So we kind of got away with that. But the rest of them, And that statistic from Brad is very frightening about away goals or lack of them. Very frightening. Considering we were scoring for fun, we got 4 at Southampton, didn't we?
Do you know that I think if we had won today, correct? I don't know whether anybody was watching Sky or listening to the Leicester commentary. I nearly dropped my beer because were we on chance to have a record win, 14 wins in away wins on the trot or something if we'd won tonight? I can't. I'm sure I must have misheard that.
Yeah,
you really must have, because we lost Tuesday night.
I couldn't.
Lost the last 3 away games.
But
yeah, guess what? Guess by what scoreline, guys? Go on. Oh, I guess how we've lost. Oh yeah, funny enough. Yeah, well done. Bingo card.
Decent goal from Plymouth, to be fair.
I'm going to ask you this, and I'll answer it first. But we do need to have a change up front. So who do we start? He isn't going to go 2 up front. We know that. I say we've got to start Cannon.
Yeah,
Brad, let's go along.
I refuse to pick a 1 striker formation. I want Vardy and.
If he was going to go 2, but he isn't going to go 2, is he? That's the problem.
Well, no, but you've asked me what I want up front. I don't want 1 person up front. I want 2 people up front. I want Vardy and Cannon up front.
But if we would only have 1, who would it be? You're more awkward than Dave. You've been spending.
It doesn't matter because we don't play to our 1 striker's strength. At least if he's got 2 in, one of them might be able to have a strength on there. But if you're gonna, why not give Cannon a go? He was on purple form before he got injured again. I mean, for Christ's sake, you want to get the Scooby Gang around there and go, let's see who's behind the real mask. Talk about another waste of money. It seems. Why pay 10 million for a guy? Why risk 10 million on a guy that came injured? If when he's been fit and available, you haven't even put him on a pissing bench. What's wrong with you, Enzo? Come on, give the guy a chance. He's been our most on-form striker when given the fucking run. So if you want one, if you're going to force me to pick and a gun to my head for 1, then it's Cannon. But I'd want 2. I'd want Vardy and Cannon.
Put a gun to his head and it's Cannon. Well done. Dave?
Yeah, I would as well. I don't see what's wrong with 2 up front. It always worked in the past.
No, I agree, but we know there's very, very few teams play that way. Luke, I'd put you up front, mate.
Mate, I scored a hat-trick last night, actually, in social division 3.
Earlier on today, you mean?
Look, mate, this is what we do.
What's wrong with Iniacho? Is he injured?
No, he's not. You know what? Let me ask you guys this. This is a good question for you. Seeing as we play deep with our strikers anyway, and Keenan Trippier-Hall's been offered, or you could argue indeed he's not suiting that role at the minute. Why can't we have possibly Kelechi in one of those high-pressing 8 positions, seeing as he drops deep anyway and he's good for his link-up play, and then put like in the Shinji Okazaki role, and then put Cannon in front, 2 physical strikers.
That's
Do you know what I mean? If we're gonna have people parking buses, have the congested areas in the penalty area, let's have Kelechi, who I reckon could do that role anyway. I've been talking for it for a while and people have been laughing at me, and fair enough, I'm an Australian, what the fuck do I know? But like at the end of the day, it's not working as it is right now. I would love to see Kelechi possibly play in Adidi's position and then have Cannon in front of him. I would like to see that. I guess we're going to have to do a man of the match. Can we just do his worst of the match and also a team rating? Because this is depressing me, guys.
Go for plank of the day if you want. I'll happily pick it.
It's a very good point in as much as indeed he didn't have a good game today either. In fact, well, nobody did they? Let's be honest. So that's a very fair point. Yeah, go on then, Luke. Give me your team performance.
0. And my man of the match is Brad. For his calm demeanour. He's cheated me off a bit.
Don't let it fool you, mate. It's just the depression of being a Leicester fan for 33 years that's done this to me.
I did say to you earlier, didn't I? Welcome to being a Leicester fan, Luke.
Yeah.
Dave?
I got up at 3 a.m.
Oh, I don't know. I think I did 4 against Millwall, didn't I? And that was poor. And I thought this was worse, actually, in the end. 3.
3. Okay. And your man of the match?
Brad.
Go on, Brad.
Brad. Can't nominate yourself.
Oh, why not?
I'm not going to rate the team, Chris. I'm going to rate the manager because the manager reflects the performance of the last 2 games. The team doesn't get a rating because they're playing the way a manager instructs them to a T, almost in fear of doing anything wrong because they'll get dropped or get told they're not on the team at all. The manager gets a 0. The manager's tactics get a 0 out of 10. If you want to put that towards team rating and put it towards it, by all means do it. It was the tactical ineptitude of Enzo that's cost us these last 7 or 8 weeks a big fat 0. I think it's about time we called out the actual man that's causing the big problems. And as for my man of the match, I mean, I can't even say Madsen was a joke because he didn't even have a save to make. You know what? For his argument and standing his ground, and because he said it first, my man of the match was Luke.
Thanks, mate.
Performance of the night.
A plank of the day goes to Enzo. There you go. There's the only thing on an award to a Leicester.
Hey, Luke, you've not had Performance of the Night award before, have you, mate?
Yeah, that one's gone for Brad too.
Well, he's always trying to slip one in before, isn't he? And whack a quick one out. So who knows? That's an award for him.
You know what? After that, bring back Adam Sadler because he's not changed anything up. Might as well have stuck with him.
I had already written mine down. I've got to say, my performance was 0. I can't argue with any of you. Man of the match. There's only one person can get it. Of course, that's Daka. And it was 10:51 when Chris's YouTube channel was shut down for the expletives that came his way. No, I haven't got him. I can't. I'm going to go with Alan on this one. And I think he's made a very good point, and he's just sent his through. He has actually given a team performance as 4. I've just messaged him back going, well, that was bloody generous. I haven't heard back from him yet. He's probably still stuck in Plymouth. But I'm going to agree with him. Man of the match was the fans for travelling all that way down, for having to put up with that shit. I cannot pick a man of the match.
Taking what, 4 or 5 hours to get home?
Yeah, if we're going to pick a plank, and why not? Let's do pick a plank. I've got to, and this will probably surprise you, but I'm actually going to go for Daka because sorry,
Plonker
for plank of the night. Yeah. Despite everything I was saying earlier, which most of it was for playing devil's advocate.
Apparently,
sorry,
entertainment purposes. Apparently, that's what.
Let's wind up the Australian at fucking 5:30 in the morning.
Do you know what? We are 2.5 hours in, and we've still got 230 watching. So let's not criticize it too much. Daka was my play. Yes, he did miss the chances. And like I have said, I not saying that he is good, but I'm not saying anybody else was better. Luke, I don't need to ask you yours. I know that you're going to agree with me. We know that Brad's is Enzo, and it was a good shout. That Dave,
I'm torn between Daka, FaZe, and Enzo.
The bald eagle, because that's all he did on the sidelines.
I mean, I hate to say it, but I think
the seal.
We've moved on from the seal to an eagle, haven't we?
I think
the bald eagle, that's what you should call him, because that's all he did on the sidelines, just throw his hands up and down. I thought he was going to take off at one point.
Isn't it so disappointing, though, after all the amazing stuff that went on, we're now reduced to this, and we know whose fault it is, and, he's doing nothing about it. And he'll come out and say the boys couldn't have given any more, and yes, they could. They ain't got a clue. It's really disappointing, joking aside, that we've thrown it away. Really have, big time.
Chris, I think I've got the solution. Sorry, I've got the solution, guys. for the
Go
rest
on.
of the games this season. Let's just play a back five and park the bus. Fuck it. We're not going to score. Let's just hope for 1 point every game.
Play Vardy at centre half. He's pretty good there.
Stick him in goal, put a Madsen up front.
He never goes for. I mean, and look, this isn't Vardy's fault. No more than Daka Cannon or Iheanacho. But when you look at the heat maps for our striker, why is there more heat in the centre circle than there is in the opposition box?
Yeah.
Because they're being asked to drop back that much. And that's all 4 of the strikers. They're all being asked to do that.
Yeah. But also, Ricky P was man of the match the first half, I think. But I don't know what happened to him in the end.
Did anybody notice if Dewsbury Hall went off in the second half?
I didn't notice him come out the tunnel for the second half.
That's what I mean. I did.
And Chris, I know we've agreed to it, but I'm looking forward to rearranging this whole team next week. Not next week, tomorrow with you, Chris, because you know what? I'm going to cheer you all up now. I'm going to try and end myself on a good night here. Being just we've called them donuts of the days. We've slated Daka, we've slated Vardy, we've slated Pratt. Thanks to the 2 lads in attendance. I haven't got an actual award, but I'd like to thank my mother, my father, my man of the match award performance given to me by Dave and Luke. I'd just like to say that I put all the effort in tonight to make sure we had a great Cases show that didn't get cancelled for swearing and arguments. And thank you very much for the award. There you are.
They're tired, but Plymouth played in that. Look, Luke's sorry. I'm just going to interrupt. Luke's got to go because he's got to go to work. Luke, thanks very much for coming in, mate. Leicester City Down Under. That's his channel. Get down there and give the guy some support. He puts the effort in down there. He really, really deserves the support. And he gets up at 3 o'clock in the morning to watch shit like that. I think we need to give him some support. Thanks very much, mate. And I'll speak to you soon.
Take care,
Thanks,
Luke.
guys.
Cheers.
Take care, guys.
See you later, Luke.
Have a good weekend.
Bless him. I mean, look, that is dedication, getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Christ, yeah.
If you had to ask me now where I think we will finish the season, it hurts me to say this, but 3rd.
Yeah, Ipswich and Leeds aren't going to blow it again, are they?
No, I can't see it. I mean, Ipswich have got probably the hardest game against Middlesbrough, but surely, come on. I've watched Leeds play a couple of times, and they've hit a few bad games, but Blackburn just got stuffed 5 the other day, or not so long ago. Surely Leeds are going to paste Blackburn.
I think they will. I think they'll learn from what Sunderland did, and they'll change style if they have to. Something we can't do. And if you look at it all at the moment, you'd have to say we're not even playoff standard. We're just not up to it, and I'm almost dreading the playoffs.
I'm dreading the playoffs. Yeah. I'm not almost, Dave. I'm dreading the playoffs.
Yeah,
and I'll go even worse for you. After what I've been seeing the last 2 games, I'm more worried about Southampton. I'll take 4th. Honestly, with that shit. Okay, here's the thing for you, right? Maybe, just maybe something will happen miraculous at home. But given who we've got left, where do we get our next point from?
Yeah.
Playoff chasing, Blackburn. That's who we're playing.
Yeah.
That's who we're playing in the long and short of things. Chris, 3 playoff chasing sides and then Blackburn. So we're not going to beat Blackburn because they're struggling to fight for their lives. So we always lose to them.
Right, I just want to show you that. That is the predictions that the 4 fans made. And I think I'm hopefully showing you Leicester's there. We have got, in the last 5 games, 3 losses. That's not even playoff form.
No.
If we hadn't had that good start, we'd be top of the bottom half. If you all right, that's top of the bottom half, middle of the table. It's the same. West Bromwich Albion at home.
Yeah.
I think they'll beat us. Southampton at home, we might get a point. Preston, I'd like to have said we would have beaten them, but I don't know. I honestly don't know. Teams that we were stuffing earlier on in the season, we can't beat now. And then Blackburn on the last day. Can I just say that if Leeds and Ipswich don't get 3 points each tomorrow, Sunday morning, I'm going to bloody church. Because I am going to convert myself. Because if that happens, it's going to be a bloody miracle.
Yeah. But we don't deserve it. That's the point.
No, we don't. 100% we don't.
And that's the shame and the embarrassment. How the mighty have fallen, eh?
Well, the thing is, if it continues to go on, and I've just seen a Leeds fan coming there, and he's got a point there. It's not just us. But if by some major, and you would say it was a miracle, upset, whatever you want to call it, how badly would the likes of West Brom and Southampton be kicking themselves to their inconsistency, earlier in the season? If Ipswich and Leeds, and I know it changed the table a little bit, but if they were to only draw, and I've seen some Leeds fans saying they're nervous about it already, they're not optimistic, and they're in just as sticky form as we are. If they were to somehow bottle it and let Leicester off the hook, how much would Southampton and West Brom be kicking themselves thinking, God, if we'd have just had some consistency in that mid-period and been able to stay with them, we could still be talking about it, because these guys are rubbish at the end of the season. These guys have been awful. Well, the most awful they've been as a unit, because that's what you'd start thinking if you was a Southampton or West Brom fan looking at it, thinking, God, if we'd have just been able to keep up with them when they were rating off, we might still have a chance ourselves. And that's the only thing now, Chris, that is making it look like we're going to get at least a second bite of the cherry, because...
But how long have we been awful for? Because we've left
9 games.
And the rest, isn't it? Because we've lost the big league.
Ellen Road, when we absolutely bottled and we absolutely fell apart.
If we'd have won that game at Ellen Road, we'd have been all right. But we didn't. And since then, you're right, it's all gone wrong. I mean, that was crazy.
And that's where missing the simple chances started, didn't it? Because we had 4 in that game, and the goal wrongly ruled out as well by Luke's favourite player, Daka, I think it was, or was it JJ that scored it?
Daka.
That night, Luke's favourite player. So the problems have been there for a while, and this is why we've been asking for a plan 2, or a plan B, or whatever you want to call it.
It's not just tonight, is it? We've been going on about it. We've been going on about it for weeks and weeks, and it's never changed. And I suppose he thinks, why should it? We're top of the league. But tonight and Tuesday showed why it has to change, else we won't be top of the league. And we'll well be in the playoffs.
Dave, let's say that we hadn't had that fantastic start to the season. And we were, top 3, top 4, but we weren't 17 points ahead that we've now, or 17 points, or 12, whatever it was. And we've lost that. Would we be talking bottling it, and would we be talking the meltdowns that we're having, or would we be saying it's great that we're still in here?
Well, I think the performances, Chris, are the disappointing thing. I know results come from performances, but we haven't shown any spirit. We haven't shown, even Leeds away. We didn't. When they scored, we lost it. We did blow it, whatever you want to call it. And we've not really, I don't think we've played with any fire since then. Even the games we've won, I've not seen, any sort of thing where you're saying, yeah, come on, we're really up for this. We really fancy this game. It's just been the same old boring stuff. And that's the problem. And you don't win playoffs by playing like that. And, like I say, I can't see Leeds. I really can't see Leeds losing another game, to be honest. And Ipswich, I can't see them dropping 2. And they might lose at Coventry. I think I've got them to lose at Borough, home to Borough tomorrow.
Can I just say, by the way, Dave, congratulations. You predicted a Plymouth win.
I was just about to say, at least you can take that off into your night.
I should have known we wouldn't score, should I? But no, I can't see Leeds or Ipswich blowing it again. They've blown it once, and just for those 2 silly games they had. But I can't see it happening again. I think we've blown it now. I really do, and it's so disappointing because we were cruising it, weren't we? We really were. Mind you, say about if we hadn't done that. Well, if Leeds hadn't have had their troubles early on, they'd have been well gone now. Well clear.
I was thinking, is this meltdown deserved bad? Because, same question that I put to Dave. If we'd not had that run where we were so far in advance and we were just bubbling around, would we be having the meltdown we're having now?
No, but that's different context altogether. If we'd have been, I think we'd be like Southampton fans probably feeling right now. We'd probably have that feeling that we give ourselves too much to do. There's been too many inconsistent periods throughout our season. We haven't quite got the legs, but we'd be thinking, okay, we might not have enough to really push Leeds and Ipswich for that automatic spot. But you'd feel like we just need that consistency to be there for 3 games and we'll do it. It's the manner of how this has happened, Chris. And that's the worrying part, because, if we'd have been doing it in and out the season, you'd have been able to sit here and go, well, look at the fight back. Yes, we had that bad period, but we bounced back with 5 good games where we won 4, drawn 1. Okay, we lost, we got 1 point out of the next 2 games, but then we bounced back and got 3 wins in a row. We're not doing that, Chris. We're looking at this going, minus Norwich and Birmingham, we've lost, drawn, lost. So it's just the manner and the way we've done it, Chris, more than that rightfully, and we have every right to be. People might say, oh, well, yeah, this is what happy, high and mighty, you fall off your horse. But it's right to be thinking this way and going the way we are because of how it's been, Chris. And it's just, it's great to be able to maybe think of it and say, oh, well, if it had been over the season, but it's not been. That's the biggest thing. It's not been. If ands and buts and coconuts, mate, it hasn't been that way. We have capitulated since whatever game week it was when we lost against Leeds. We have properly capitulated. We have never, ever recovered to the point where we've sat there going, oh, well, them 2 defeats are mini blip. Remember when we said, Chris, early in the season, was that our mini blip against Middlesbrough and Leeds early in the season when we first lost to them? April falls on us, and we're still continuing that joke I
do feel a bit guilty now because I kept saying, didn't I, when's our blip coming? When's our blip coming?
No, it's not a blip, it's a bloody chasm of a downfall, isn't it?
Dave, there's a load of comments, actually, and I don't know where this has come from, about getting Christian Fuchs in as our manager. We've got a manager in there now that hasn't had any experience, serious experience. I know they want to replace him with another manager who's had no, I know he's coaching in America now, but he's had no real experience. Just being ex-Leicester, I know Brad loves ex-players as managers, but, surely we if we do get rid of Enzo, and I'm not saying we will, we don't need Fuchs, do we? We need somebody with experience, surely.
You'd hope so, yeah. Unfortunately, the ones with experience that are available aren't my cup of tea. Warnock and Sam and people like that. But I mean, you never know. It might all turn around again. It's a funny old season, isn't it? And we'll go up and we'll all say, wow, well done, Enzo. You turned it round when it was looking really bad. But at the moment, I just can't see it. I really can't see it. The way we're playing is so poor.
Yeah.
If we'd have hit the bar 4 times or, would have been unlucky or, bad refereeing decisions, you think, okay, well, we're playing all right. And that was why I was so excited about the first 15, 20 minutes, because we were. But then we didn't do anything. We just went back to our casual passing around and not penetrating enough. And, that's just not acceptable for a team that's top of the league.
It's not, and I did have a question in mind then, and it's gone. Terry says here, fans were moaning over the Star when we were winning, so now we are losing. It shows that what goes around comes around. Look, I know I've put the question up there, and like I say, a lot of what I say I'm being devil's advocate. If we don't go up, I think, in fairness, we've probably still got to stick with Enzo. Otherwise, we've just wasted a year. Brad, have we not?
Yeah. If we don't go, well, look, even if we don't go up or we do go up, we stick by him because you have to do that. And even if you said, look, finances weren't an issue, I would still stand by him because the one thing that seems to get shorter and shorter, I'm sure it does with each passing season, the patience some of us fans have, and board of directors have, and owners have, is they don't let a manager have a season to integrate in, work his ideas. He's 8 weeks or out. Look at some of the sackings throughout this division. I mean, okay, you could sit here and go, what's the difference between Brendan Rodgers getting out-tacticked by Gary O'Neill when he wasn't even Bournemouth manager in this one, there isn't any? You might turn around and say, well, yeah, but Plymouth have also gone through 3 managers. All right, one was taken out of their hands. He was a snidey little twat. I don't like him, Schumacher. Hope his career fails, and I'm glad he got sacked by Stoke. But, they've had 3 managers. Watford sack about 400 managers every 2 months, so we can't talk about it. But you know what I mean? Other clubs have had knee-jerk reactions, and all that's happened to their form, all that's happened to their league position, everything else has gone downwards, and spiraled out of control. So, whilst we've had our rant and a rave and said this might need to change and that needs to change, we're trying to basically say, we're not sitting there saying Enzo out. Exactly what we're saying is if things don't change, that's the way the club are going to react to how things are going to go. So yes, no matter what the outcome, we need to stick by him because, and I'm sorry to say this, but we've not had a consistent summer and January for one particular manager to overhaul and strengthen the squad when needs be at the January point either. Enzo got the summer, he didn't get the winter. Brendan didn't get a summer, a winter, or a summer. And again, we're going down that rabbit hole. But I'm just trying to say we need to back him because whatever division we're in next season, and if we're in the AFL, we need to hope they're going to overturn our transfer ban. We need a manager that's going to do that, and you've got to back Enzo to do it. Until them players show us that they've completely lost faith and abandoned the ideas of what Enzo's doing, we need to let them players fight for Enzo and Enzo to earn his money.
He has to give 2 seasons, wasn't it, to get us back up? I'm sure he was.
One of his first interviews is he was basically told he's entrusted to do the job, even if it takes 5 years or 5 seasons or whatever it is, because they're this championship division is notoriously difficult to get out of once you get stuck into it. And I think as a freshly relegated side, I think we have 3 seasons to potentially get ourselves back out of it before the alarm bells would start to ring for me. As long as them 3 seasons are fighting for getting out of this division and don't just slump into 12.
Dave, we've got a comment there from Michael. You guys are seem forgetting that you still have a game in hand over Ipswich and Leeds. That game is against Southampton. I don't even know if we can win that.
Well, I've always lived off the game in hand, but the way we're playing, it doesn't matter if we've got 5 games in hand.
No, that's exactly what I said in the watch-along. We could have 40 games in hand. Yeah. At the moment, it wouldn't make any difference.
I mean, Ipswich were disappointing against Watford, and Watford could have won it in the end, couldn't they? I don't know if you saw that shot from the halfway line. But, at least they're playing okay. Leeds, disappointed against Sunderland, but they're playing okay. We're not playing okay. And that's what worries me more than anything. 5 games from the Bristol one up. We've said it all before. We got 2 wins at home, but they weren't convincing, were they, against average teams? So we're not playing well. And unless we start playing well, we're going to struggle to win 2 of those last 4 games.
Yeah, I've just sent you both a message in the private chat, by the way. My thoughts exactly, Brad. My thoughts exactly. You and me, you're my brother from another mother. A point made here by Ron. Oh, for God's sake, by Ronald. I nearly said Ronaldo then. Andrew, he's got a few games he can pop on that he's not going to be playing. Enzo should go back to being a coach because he doesn't have a clue tactically as a manager. Being a good coach doesn't make you a good manager, does it, Brad?
No, neither does being a good player. Sorry, have I let that slip again about my hatred towards ex-players getting easy jobs? But the thing is, it's too late now. He wouldn't take the step back. Not at the club that's given the opportunity to manage. And what would that say to the players?
No, I don't think he's staying. I don't think he means going back to being a coach with us, but wherever his next move is, it should be as a coach rather than as a manager. I'm thinking Shakespeare, fantastic coach, all right as a manager.
Well, I mean, he guided us away from relegation football, had us beat Seville in the Champions League in the second leg after we was 2-1 down, so we overturned the deficit. So he wasn't the worst coach to manager, was he? Look, and again, this is what I mean by patience. Okay, so Enzo gets sacked by Leicester. What does that say about him having any future as a manager anywhere else? If he goes, oh, well, yeah, maybe these people are right, I should be a coach and then try and be a manager. No one's going to take him seriously. No one's going to want to hire him as a manager ever again if he decides to willingly, not get sacked by Leicester. But, if he was sacked by Leicester and then he willingly went out, well, actually, I've just admitted I'm no good as a manager. I'm going to be a coach again. No, this is it. He's got to commit to it. A bit like these lads need to commit to the cause that's ahead of them. He needs to commit to it. And if in 4 years' time we're going, God, you remember when we had that Enzo? We had the best part of his career. He was terrible after he was sat by us. Then we're talking about that in 5 years' time. Right now, we've deemed him good enough to be our first team manager. He needs to he needs to pay back what trust has been given in him to do it and prove his worth. And he can only now learn on the job going forward because,
he is learning, isn't he?
Yeah, he needs to learn. And unfortunately, it's just what it is. You know what I mean? We need to kind of stick by him. I don't think it benefits anybody, certainly not Enzo, if he decides, should his time come to an end as Leicester manager after this season, I'm just going to go back to being a coach now. Because the next thing you know, he'll just be some pundit on Italian TV, like most of the flops.
I just want to say and look, everybody's entitled to an opinion, but I mean, we've got to remember, Shaky was great. If Shaky was great, he wouldn't have been sacked. Elijah, again, Claudio knew the way to win games. He also knew how to lose games. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sacked. I'm not saying that they were rubbish, and obviously Claudio did the unthinkable, and I'd bend over and have his babies if he walked in here now. But what I'm saying is, there's a thought for you to go to bed with. But, we've also got to remember, as Shaky... Good coaches don't make necessarily good managers. But as Ronald said, I do want to say Ronaldo, as Ronald says here, Dave, and as you just made the point, is he learning though? Yes, he is. And you made the very good point. And God, I can't believe I'm actually saying that.
No.
But you made the very good point that he's been given, is it a 2 years or something to get us out of this division? So he's ahead of schedule, if you like.
Yeah, I think it's just the way it's happened in the last few weeks that's disappointing. If this had happened at the start of the season or midway and we'd recovered, we'd be fine. But whether or not I can see the recovery is another matter. I can't see how unless they play very different, how they're going to recover from it. Because all teams now are going to play the same way, a bit in there. So... I can't see it, and that's the serious way. At least we got 8 days off, so they won't be tired.
Very true, very true.
Too wet for him, then he's starting to sound like Jurgen Klopp, isn't it?
Question for you all: if you end in the playoffs, do you go up? I think we've covered this, but it's a no for me.
On current form, no chance.
No.
If we were to fail to get into if we was to fail to get up automatically, but suddenly do it on somewhat decent form, like maybe not win our game in hand, but win the other 3 and it not be enough, then maybe we would.
We know from history, don't we? You've got to be on form going into the playoffs.
Yeah.
You have to. And
if we've
always done better.
Not a chance.
Come through late.
Yeah, quite right.
It's why the sixth place team has the best percentage of success rate of the playoffs, because they're going in there with momentum. Crystal Palace 96. Anybody? What happened to Leicester? They sparked into life with like 8 games to go, didn't they? Started with that West Brom performance, Chris, didn't it? You talk about it fondly. Just when O'Neill's wheels were coming off and the patience for the fans were going, we went on a sparkling run. Went past Stoke, and then won the playoffs.
Yeah. Elijah says here, Claudio did know how to win games, though obviously, yes, but like I said, he also knew how to lose them. How many clubs has Claudio had? How many seasons does he have at each club? I don't think he's been at any club longer than 3 seasons, because he goes in, does very well, but then when he gets his own, he had to be sacked. When he went, he had to be sacked, otherwise we would have gone down. We only wish he'd done that sooner. With made that decision with Rodgers. Enzo doesn't know how to. Again, he did earlier in the season. Now he doesn't.
With Claudio, isn't it? That he started to play different style football.
Yeah.
The old,
players, Dave. I still talk about the infamous Chelsea away game when we lost 4-2. He changed the tactics 3 times in 33 minutes. Chris, the players were like that. They were looking at each other, looking at the bench, and literally, I still remember to this day, Danny Drinkwater slamming his hands on his thighs, looking at Kauser, goes as if to go, "What the fuck are you asking me to do? Because 1 minute you want me this, now you want me this. Where do you want me on the pitch, and what do you want me doing?" And that was it. That was it. And I agree with you, Chris. We've maybe past mistakes have burnt us with managers, because we've seemed to have decided to the last manager that we really allowed to spend a lot of money in a transfer window and got it horribly wrong was Claudio.
Yeah.
Because one of the biggest discussions we have is Musa, Slimani, all them players he signed being awful. He just wonders how.
Yeah, again, Musa seemed to have it, scored 2 against Barcelona, and then was shoved out on the wing. Look, all these managers, I mean, Peter Taylor was doing all right, dare I say that, until he brought his own players in. Claudio was doing all right on the back of and all those signings in that first summer. I don't think any of them were particularly Claudio's. I think they were already done under Pearson, and then he started bringing in. Dave, rounding things off slowly now. But a question here from, if I can click my mouse to show it, should we have stuck with Dean Smith?
Well, I did wonder that at the end of the season. Oh, yeah, I did wonder that. But then we'd have had to have John Terry as well.
But he was the guy that came in and said, "What the bloody hell is Soyuncu not doing?"
Yeah, exactly.
So he kind of knew what he was doing. And we had Shaky as well, who I love, and again, I'd have him back at the club as a coach. They came in too late, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And it started to flicker, didn't it? But then just died out. I think the players were shocked by then. I don't think anybody could have come and fired them up, to be honest, after that season.
Unless, of course, it was Tom Cannon who could fire anybody up.
Indeed, yeah.
The best regardless this season.
I do wonder why Albrighton's not getting a bit of a go, though, don't you? Because he's
You know what, Dave? For a team that can't score for love nor money from a corner or a set piece, you think we'd have someone who can put a fucking cross in on the pitch?
The best crossover ball we've had for a long, long time.
Yeah, indeed. I'm going to ask you this, Brad. When we, like I said at the start, my first thought was give it to Dean because he's got teams out of this league, But then when obviously we weren't going to keep him, I wanted either Thomason from Blackburn or McKenna from Ipswich. Not saying we would have got them, and I think my choice of McKenna has proven would have proved right. But we got Enzo, and we all suddenly went like, "Woo!" Did we get overexcited because of where he was coming from? And Brad's gone. Oh no, Brad is back. I hadn't noticed, but I wasn't looking at the screen then. Don't know where Brad is. Brad's back.
God knows what happened there. Sorry, what was your question?
Sorry, I was going to say at the end of last season, I don't know how much you heard, but at the end of last season, I was saying like Dave, should we give Dean Smith a chance? It's a good team, Dean Smith, Don Terry and Shaky, and I reckon they would have stayed. But it wasn't to be. And then I next went and thought, well, yeah, Thomason at Blackburn, who's now Sweden manager, or McKenna at Ipswich, who was actually doing a damn good job, as we know. But then Enzo came along. Did we suddenly get blinded? I mean, we got relegated. That's all that we know. Everybody felt down. Wow, suddenly we've got a Champions League assistant manager at the team. Did we all get blinded by the light, to quote a song there? Who sang that then, Dave?
Bruce Springsteen, actually, or Manfred Mann Earth Band as well. Bruce Springsteen.
I was thinking Manfred Mann. I've got to be honest with you, but I'll give you 2 points.
A hit of it.
2 points to my one. But Brad, did we get blinded by the light?
I don't think we did, and I will quote Dean Smith to as best as my knowledge as I can, and what he said when he had his first interview at Leicester, when he was announced as the Leicester boss. He and his backroom staff, when he got contacted by Leicester, he spoke to his backroom staff, i.e. Shaky and Terry, and said, "Do you think we can do this? Because if you think we can do this, I'll take it. If not, I'm not going to take the job." And they said, "Yes, we think we can keep Leicester in the Premier League." I don't think there was an offer past it. I literally think that had he kept us up, we would have gone with Dean Smith. I think as soon as Dean Smith failed to get keep Leicester in the Premiership, which was a difficult task, and just there were still some horror performances in there, but at least the guy tried to mix it up and shake it up a bit. So credit where it's due, and he nearly did. Better performance by Bournemouth on a day, if ands and buts in football, we never know what could have happened. But for me, he was never in the talking point. I wanted him, like you, Chris. I would have liked to have given him like a 2-year deal, get us promoted, give a 1-year extension on it, and see what he could have done with the likes of Shakespeare back at the club, bringing all that. But I just don't think it was ever on the cards because he felt he failed in his job to keep Leicester up, which he was good enough to do and didn't do it. And I think the second Leicester were confirmed as relegation, we was always going to hire another manager. And I look, I'm sorry to have to do this after all the defending and work we've done, Chris, but with everything that's coming Leicester's way in the future, in terms of financials, in terms of points deduction, in terms of everything, I love them. And I still wouldn't change them for the world. And I think they've been brilliant for this club for the majority of what they've done. But has their gamble upon gamble finally balls them up? Because we had no choice. People are saying Fat Sam, and I know that's a bit of tongue-in-cheek laughing there, but some people genuinely saying managers like Fat Sam in, we weren't going to afford his wages. He's a 70-odd-year-old wanting a big payout. He'd have wanted ridiculous wages to come in and save the job. Who are we kidding on? Thinking we were going to get a manager like that? Who were we kidding on thinking we was going to get Daniel Farke or someone like that from Leeds? Who were we kidding on thinking we was going to rob Ipswich's manager? Because the managers either know they can rob Leicester blind because they're too generous and too gullible and too giving to demanding to give it. The managers has to players that sign contracts and got free cars and bloody cheap release courses on their contracts when they won the league, Chris. I think our board needs to grow a bit of a backbone as well. I think collectively we were kind of shoved into a corner that they just thought, oh, The last time we hired an Italian out of the blue that no one expected, does it work well for us? How about we try again with a not so experienced Italian and see how that works for us?
The other way,
further than where we are, Chris.
Taking that point on, and I don't disagree with you, but taking that point on, Dave, if we got Allardyce in, or Warnock, or Holloway, who's available, if we got one of those firefighters in, they're not going to come in and go, well, I'll come up for a season and get you up, but then I'll stand aside. They're going to want a 2, 3, 4 year contract. And once they get us up, we're going to surely want to move on to somebody different because they can't always do well at keeping clubs up.
I mean, their record isn't that good anyway, is it? To be fair, you know, when it really matters, they fail. And I mean, it started really well. I mean, we traded early in the market. We got rid of players that we had to or wanted to leave. We brought in some players we didn't know about that have done okay. The only argument is really he's inflexible. You know, he won't change his tactics for anything. He thinks he's right and he's going to stick at it. And we know he's wrong because the results show that he's wrong, not because we're better at football than him or know more about it. The results show that he's wrong. And that's the only argument. And you both say it. You know, look at the score. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
And the scores are we've lost 3 on the bounce, away from home, 1-0. We haven't scored a goal. We're the top scorers in the league at one stage.
Yeah,
by far.
that's going for us in the last 10 weeks.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Brad, Matthew makes a very good point. I did say earlier, I'm turning this into Arsenal fan TV, and I feel like I'm turning myself into one of their presenters, moaning. But Matthew says here, and it's an excellent point, you'll be sour if we let Enzo go and he becomes Arteta. But he does need to get us up, otherwise I'd sack or at least marginalise him. I don't know what you mean by marginalise him, but it is a fair point. What's he called? Pep at Man City was brought in to win them the Champions League. How many years did it take them?
Yeah.
Very true. And again, the problem...
now they are possibly going to win it this year.
Yeah, again.
Years.
Yeah, and again, this is a weird one because you don't know how it could go. It could go that well, and then we held on to him, and then our owners look like a genius. My biggest concern is there still a cloudy connection between the board and the manager? Because I would wonder is it Enzo's naivety or was it the inability of the board to allow him to do the following? And what I'm going to suggest here, Chris, if you consider we missed out on a player because we couldn't pay epoxy 2 million, Chris. We discussed this, and I was probably one of the first, if not yourself, to start bringing it up around December time. When the January window opened, why didn't we just tell players that had 6 months on the contract, either commit or get out? Lovely lads, nothing wrong with you, but if you're not committed to the cause, because we have 5, 6 players, Chris, who next season this won't be their problem. You know, wherever they are, it won't be their problem. And I know maybe you could argue and say, well, because Leicester's finances at the moment, certain players won't agree to contracts, and certain players obviously don't want to commit long term to the cause if they're going to be a championship player next season or want to be in the Premier League. And I understand that to a point. But why wasn't it, Chris, when the momentum was high, we kind of went, right, we need you on board. We need you fully committed and focused to this club? Because, Chris, the same argument about these players could be made about a loanee player. When it starts going wrong and all of a sudden you feel mentally that, we've not got enough time to catch up to the top 2. Let's take playoffs, or we haven't got enough to catch up to playoffs, so it doesn't matter. The performances go to piss, don't they, Chris? We had it so many times. It was like, these loanees don't care enough for the club. But not our problem. That's why they're not playing. But what if, and I'm not saying they are, Chris, but what if mentally the reason they're not able to perform to the levels we're used to them is because deep down the likes of Ndidi, Ian Apcho, and okay, probably the one that doesn't register in this, even though his contract's the same, Vestergaard, It's not their problem in 6 weeks' time. If Leicester go up, great, they get a pay boost, a bonus, and they get an open top bus if we somehow win this league. But ultimately, if Leicester go into the playoffs and don't get out of this division, it's not their what they don't care anymore. Like, and it sounds so stupid, like, oh, they should care, they get paid enough. Players don't. Ask any player who wasn't born and bred from a side how hard it was for them to mentally focus. And they actually admit, when you hear it from Shearer, you hear it from Paint Dry and Owen, you hear it from all these ex-players that take the normal route into punditry and go on and go, well, I'll be honest with you, when I was at such and such club and it started going wrong, I tried to mentally stay strong, but I couldn't. And knowing I wasn't going to be here next season, and I'm trying to think about my future, and I was trying to find, I was trying to find a new club. I was speaking to the agent because I didn't know I wasn't going to be here next season. I was already told I wasn't going to be here, or they never offered me a new contract, so I didn't feel a part of the club anymore. And that's why it went wrong. When that comes out 5-6 years after a player's retired, I want to know how many years after these players possibly pack it in that they'll be turning around and going, oh, that one season I had in the Championship with Leicester, I regret it because I wanted things to play out different. I was never offered a contract to negotiate an extension. I couldn't get a new contract because of their financial struggles, because of the FFP, because of this. And it was so hard to keep us motivated. And I think what did us that season was we had blah, 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 blah. We just couldn't get the motivation going to keep going because we could see it falling apart. And I just wonder if at January we should have given players ultimatum.
We've still got 160 in, so if you haven't smashed the likes, please do. Dave, I'm going to pass this one to you. I'm not sure whether it's late and my eyes are deceiving me. Managers have too much power. The players know more about the game, and some managers know it. Claudio knew it. I'm sorry, aren't managers? The buck stops with them, aren't they meant to have the power?
Yeah, well, it used to be like that, but players do have more power now.
But this guy's saying the managers have too much power.
I see, right. Well, I'm not sure they do anymore. They can't certainly run the club like, say, Cloughy used to, or Ferguson. They just do the coaching, which is why you think Enzo would be all right at it, because he's a coach. I don't... I think some players are stupid, unfortunately, and that's why they can't play any other way than they're told. So, it's all about passion. Do they want to win or don't they? I haven't seen teams that have gone out there to play in the blue shirt with a lot of passion lately, and that bothers me a lot. That bothers me. Is this Mark from Leeds? Yeah. I mean, his players go out. I didn't see the game against Sunderland, but his players go out there and they've got passion, mate.
But he makes a good point here, and I was reading this the other day. Leeds, when they got relegated, and this is why they had the trouble, I believe. Mark will correct me if I'm wrong. This is why they had the trouble at the start of the season with the players, that they were their wages were reduced by 60% because they got relegated.
Yeah.
But surely the players had signed that when they agreed to the contracts. I don't know. I'm not a Leeds fan. I don't know. But that's what I understand.
They've come out of it stronger. Now that's interesting that that they started. It really suffered early on, but they've got through it and they've come out of it. We've gone the other way. I don't get why. Yeah, we are still top of the league. Yeah, much scary, isn't it? I don't know how.
Yeah, for another 14 hours.
I mean, we've all got 4 games to go, haven't we? Now, effectively, and we're still top of the league.
Craig from up the Chosen All department says, if you want a random say, happy to jump on. Mate, it's coming up to 11:45. If you jumped on, we'd be here till 5 in the bloody morning. But thank you very much anyway, mate.
Luke could be back from work.
I think we're gonna end it there because we're just going round in circles. Look, we lost 1-0. I'm going to try and sum this up here. We lost 1-0. We were awful. Daka was awful. Enzo stays even if we don't go up because he's hopefully building something and he's got to be given time to build something. And look, what will be will be. It's football. As long as we've still got a club to support next season, whether that's in the Premier League, this division, League One, if we get dumped down, well, we won't get dumped down into the conference, but you know what I mean. We still support this club, and we're passionate because we love them. That's what it is. Dave, thank you so very much, mate. I know it's way past your bedtime now.
It is.
I know you have a Twitter, but God knows why you came up with that Twitter. I had to ask Kate what it was. I hope Kate's all right, by the way. She hasn't been on tonight.
Has she not messaged at all? Probably no signal down there.
Wow, the way Fox's hub was being through the game, it's probably that dodgy Plymouth Wi-Fi they've got.
We did actually lose the commentary for about 5 minutes, didn't we?
Yeah.
But Dave, where can all these lovely people that are in the chat, where can they find you?
I really have no idea. But what is breakfast show tomorrow? Monday.
You are, because he forgot that he was off.
Yeah. SurreyHillsRadio.co.uk.
There we go. If you check David Smith, and the problem is, I would say check David Smith on Facebook, but there's probably about 5 million of them.
There are.
Dave, I really do appreciate it, mate. Thank you so very, very much.
Yeah, guys. See you, Brad.
And who knows? I keep kicking him out, and I don't mean to. Who knows? We could still do it. Dave, take care, buddy. Give me best to Kathy, we'll speak soon. All the best, mate.
Cheers.
Take care. Bye. I don't know why I kept kicking him out then. It's late. I'm tired. We'll if you stay on afterwards, Brad, we'll have a arrange tomorrow. Look, it's not over till the fat lady sings, and she's only just warming up her tonsils at the moment, isn't she?
I didn't know my stepmom was singing.
I can't comment on that. I don't know your stepmom.
No, wow. I know it's not over to the fat lady sings, but how many times are we going to be looking at whoever Ipswich and Leeds playing saying bail us out? It's wrong, Chris. I hope. I've got a funny feeling this season's going to end in tears to Leicester. I just hope I'm wrong, and I hope, like Dave said, all of a sudden shift into gear, win 4 out of 4, and all of a sudden we're sat here saying something different. But after the way this week's been, bring on the 8-day break, just so I can get a break from seeing Leicester lose all the time.
Yes, yeah. I don't know, if we win the next 4 games, there's nothing that I have seen in the last 6 that really convinces me. Those Huddersfield, the Norwich win, and I can't even remember who the other team was. Birmingham. That seems a long time ago. It really does, But stay on. Thanks so very much, Brad. Look, it could be worse. We could support Coventry.
We could, and if you want to see something that might cheer every Leicester fan up, you want to see a team that may be going to win something this season. Sunday, get it set. I'll confirm the time. I think it's a 12:30 kickoff. If not, it's a 2 p.m. kickoff. Join me live on LTID TV. It's take 2. LTI TV 2. LTID TV 2 live on a watch along for the women's WSL. It is a big FA Cup semi-final as my camera decides to go all blurry on me then in my fame and glory. Leicester women take on Tottenham Hotspur women in their FA Cup semi-final. The first chance for Leicester ladies to make history and reach the FA Cup final. So who knows? Maybe one team will show up this weekend on how we win. That's it, Chris. That's my plug.
What day are they playing, Brad?
Sunday,
right. Remind me tomorrow when I see you, because I'll need to do the artwork for you and everything.
Okay, well, if you keep me talking for another 18 minutes, I'll remind you.
Indeed. Leicester Till I Die TV 2. Get over there. That's Brad's channel. All the women's football quizzes as well. Get over there. He's a great supporter of this channel, and get over there and show him some support as well. Brad, I'll speak to you in a second. Thanks very much, mate, and take care. See you soon. Well, see you in about 2 minutes.
See you in about 2 minutes, mate, and you take care, guys, everybody.
Cheers. Okay, honestly, if you didn't laugh, you'd cry. It's called being a Leicester supporter. But look, thanks to everybody. It's been amazing numbers. And I know if anybody's watching it and thinking like, oh, you don't get on with Dave, you don't get on with Luke, it is all banter. I've spoken to Luke after this, and Dave knows me well enough. Look, that's what we're here for. We're here to disagree. I'm not going to, if somebody says that, I'm the best person in the whole wide world, I'd argue with them, because we are here to put other points of view across and get a discussion going. But no, thanks to everybody that's watched. If you've liked it, you've still got a chance to like it, like the video, please do. It does help the channel. And if you are new and you haven't done yet, please do subscribe. That helps us just as much. We will be back at some time tomorrow. If you subscribe and then you click the like button, you'll know when we go live, because you'll get a notification that we're going live. Do that, then you'll never miss a show again. Maybe if I unsubscribe, I might not have to watch Leicester again this season. I can but hope. Thanks very much, guys. Thanks to everybody that was in. Thanks to the mods. Thanks to the everybody that was in the chat joining in. Even the Leeds fans. Look good. I'd say good luck to Leeds and Ipswich. I can't mean it though, but I think it's Leeds and Ipswich is now to lose. Good luck, mate. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
The TalkSport Fan Network is the ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts,
including Leicester Till I Die, independent analysis and reaction for the Foxes faithful.
The TalkSport Fan Network,
unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans for the fans.
Follow the podcast on the TalkSport Fan Network.